sitting in front of me, Ashwini ji, Bala, so many people have joined us in the WHO Global Summit, which finished last month. Not even one full month has gone by. Big commitments are there. So these are the work streams. So please think of it. I can go on and speak lot of things on all these 12 work streams, global work streams. You can position in any one of them and work a lot and go somewhere in Dubai or Europe or anywhere. Everywhere Ayurveda is being welcomed, but not as it is in India. So you need to have that kind of slight edge, slight insight, and prepare yourself for that particular edge which will take you there. If anyone wants to have some details on this, please ask me the questions later on. We'll try to finish this off first and then come back to this. So many different aspects to traditional medicine. I'm not just talking of Ayurveda, full traditional medicine spectrum. So experts from 40 countries across all 6 WHO regions. I'm focusing from WHO perspective also. Policy makers, researchers, practitioners, community organizations and WHO staff came together in New Delhi. Interesting concept called prioritizing collaborations. Those collaborations have now come to some fruition also. Then regional stakeholder meeting in Bangkok on traditional medicine research priority setting. What I want to highlight here for the students, one of the target audience for me, is just think of it. If the research priority, whatever research you want to do in your PG, if it syncs with the research priority which Government of India has in its pipeline, which is guided by regional research priority setting already done by WHO and Global Center. So globe, region, country, and then your research follows that 5, 10, 15 important projects which are felt to be the global need. If you are there, then it will take you to global levels. One very important development which has happened in recent times Open for so many gaps, so many pointers. So I would be happy if some youngsters do ask questions. If not, then it's okay. I know that already there are people who are global sitting in front of me. They don't need these kind of talks. Thank you very much.
We sincerely thank you, sir, for your informative and thought-provoking session. It is our privilege to welcome our respected chairperson of this session, Dr. Bala Pesala, and I request him to enlighten us with his words of wisdom.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. Can you put on the slides, please? Okay. Thank you.
What do you think about sir's session or your
Sir's session, sir. Next one is your session.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. First, let me thank Dr. Pawan for the wonderful, wonderful talk. I think he has given so big overview, right, which a lot of times as Ayurveda doctors, right, we miss the bigger picture. I think he has very well articulated, right, what is needed for Ayurveda, for mainstream integration, and also the initiatives taken by World Health Organization and all the conferences, bringing together multiple disciplines. What I liked about his talk is the opportunities, right, especially with the global leadership, right, of US not being in a position. I think there is a good opportunity for, Indian medical systems, traditional systems in the world to fill that gap, especially related to, identifying diseases, disorders where conventional approach doesn't work. And he has given a lot of opportunities, not just in traditional medicine system, what Ayurveda can do, right, to fill these gaps. And I would like to thank him for the wonderful overview. And please, students, you should interact with him. You will not, he's very well known in the field, and you will not get this opportunity to interact with such, esteemed people who have a lot of expertise, right? So please do interact, and we should announce next time prizes for good questions. Then more youngsters will come forward. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes.
So पवन जी आपने जो slide दिखाया, the one with a lot of so maybe students can take a picture of that slide and start thinking, so that end of the
Presentation is shifted. So I would request them to go to that presentation.
yeah. No, the earlier. Before that. Can take a picture of this and think about it, and maybe they can ask you, because there is lot of things in this slide, I feel.
These are the work streams. Huge work is going on in each of them. Not just practice. This is beyond practice. So there is this traditional medicine overall. This is regional office advisor, CC expert group. Just now, despite Trump going back, there are a few vacancies, very rare, but WHO has asked for junior professionals. Go to WHO site, see the career section, You can be a junior professional in WHO. Think of it as a way to go. There is this leadership, political, then UHC, PHC health systems, the SDGs. But when we are talking in these kind of abbreviations, SDGs, you should be there in that particular, that what does SDGs mean? What is the third SDGs? How does the remaining 17 impact those things? So until and unless you are aware of this, until and unless you are right there at that proper position of holding the catch when the opportunity arises, it is waste. So you have to prepare for those things. So many things. Just think of this, just one data. As I said, ICD-11, morbidity codes. Go to the Namaste portal. So many things are there. All these things. So if you want to ask any question in this, I would like to speak of, for example, innovation and evidence. Just think of evidence, the pyramid of evidence, and that plate of evidence now. What Ram Manohar is working on. Huge work is there. So if you are interested, you can be a junior fellow, you can contact Ashwini ji, Ram Manohar, Supriya Bhalerao, Geeta Krishnan. So, and Sarita Chaturvedi. Lot of good work, lot of what we call young fellows, assistants to write those white papers are called for. So, lots of opportunities are there. Each area, huge opportunity. As I said, my particular right now huge gap, and if somebody feels that, he will be ruling the roost. The regulation part, the sixth. Think of it. Just we don't have at one hand the regulations in India itself. All states, how Ayurveda is practiced in Kerala, in Maharashtra, in Uttarakhand, whether I can grow hemp or not. In Uttarakhand, yes, but nowhere else. No, absolutely not. So what about this hemp oil and hemp clothes? So Banga. So that kind of regulations. So in India itself, there is a need. Prashantji, Nasya can take up this work. Just compiling that and providing the consultancy services. And at global level, nothing like that, madam, you can think of it. Putting somebody to this task of getting, for example, how can you practice in France? How can you practice in European countries? What about Middle East? What are the regulations? In Malaysia, you can practice 90% of Ayurveda in Malaysia. Beautiful. Huge practice in Malaysia. Huge practice in Indonesia, Bali. But with certain twists. You cannot practice full Panchakaram there. No, in UAE, a very big conference of Ayush is happening in Dubai in 15th to 17th of February. UAE, huge business, huge practice of Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha and homeopathy. But certain regulatory inhibitions are there. So if we have a handbook, just search. There is a huge scope for that website also. Just click how you can practice Ayush in. There is a need, it is not there yet. Think of it. Prashantji, your organization could do wonders. So no questions yet? So that is a bad thing for you. He told me that you continue speaking till somebody asks a question. So, you got frightened. Yes, sir, please.
Hello. So what I saw in your presentation is that most of the countries allow the use of Ayurvedic medicines or import Ayurvedic medicines. So I'm a little bit confused because...
No, I didn't say that. I said that the practice of Ayurveda shifts shapes in different countries. Especially medicines are not allowed.
So Ayurvedic medicine import is allowed in any country?
That's what I'm saying. It depends what form it takes. For example, in USA, Ayurvedic medicine is not allowed. In USA, Ayurvedic food supplements are allowed. So the practice of Ayurveda, as far as I know, in USA is through food supplement route.
So that is regulated by FSSAI.
Yes. So FSSAI in very recent times have brought out 2 gazettes. If you check those, one gazette is very interesting. That was an older one. It has clubbed so many Ayurvedic drugs into as food. They have classified them as food. Very debatable, very arguable, but interesting step, debatable step. For example, drugs like bhallatak is classified as a food in that FSSAI Gazette notification. A recent FSSAI notification is more interesting and very good, a very progressive step. They have given the recipes for food. Proper Ayurvedic food are now classified. So direct food can be manufactured and sold as a food supplement directly. Fortified food and so many different things are there. But Ayurvedic recipes.
Thank you.
But medicines, very dangerous area to go.
Not allowed
It is
yet.
not allowed in all countries. Many countries are there. Many big manufacturers, global sales are sort of FMCGs. If you go into details, manufactured in Dubai, sold all over Europe, I am not taking names. Their manufacturing hubs are in Dubai. They sell all over Europe. Name is Ayurveda is there somewhere in that particular what we call a formula, but it is a hair oil. So Ayurvedic hair oil. Cosmetics are sold all over the world, but not consumables, not inside, not allowed, not in all countries. Many countries they allow.
Okay. Thank you.
Being a co-chair, I am asking a question. He was mentioning about chair in different countries. I have an experience from 2013 September till 2018, we've been trying to get a chair in Singapore and Malaysia. But still we not got the thanks. I want him to explain us how to get a chair position in these 2 countries.
Okay, Singapore is another very tricky area. Singapore has got a massive Ayurvedic practitioner base, but still it is not recognized. Traditional medicine in form of Chinese medicine is recognized, registered. That's what I'm saying. There are some regulatory inhibitions. So Chinese medicine is accepted and regulated properly there in Singapore, but not Ayurveda or Siddha, any huge practices there. So you need to approach Ministry of Ayush for the chair in Malaysia is already there. Very recently, last year, Malaysian chair is already up and running very nicely. Singapore, there is no chair. Hungary, it was, and now it has come back. It is not yet advertised, but Mauritius is beautiful. Latvia is good. So many chairs are there, sir. But again, the countries and the universities, Australia, very nice. But then there are the expectations from government of India is different, and what they offer in return is different. There are lots of struggle, and only one person, and generally that person goes from some higher post. He is accustomed to having so many different subordinates to him for different things, different people. One secretary, one person to bring him coffee, and so many different things. And suddenly he finds himself in a situation where he has to do all errands himself, everything. He has to type, he has to write a letter and go and take an appointment from the vice chancellor, sit there, for 1 hour and all those kind of, he's not a, he then comes back within 1 year. No, I am happy there. So that kind of differences are also there. So youngsters, associate professor level are now being recruited and sent, and they are performing very nicely. So government of India has got their own vision, and the country which wants to set up this traditional medicine has got their own vision. So if it gels, it's wonderful. For one of those things are two, those diplomatic things are also there. So good people like you should go and do that.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, thanks a lot.
To express our heartfelt gratitude for such a wonderful session, I cordially invite Dr. Vivaswanji from VIBA to kindly felicitate our speaker, Dr. Pawan Kumar, and present the certificate and memento. I also request Dr. Vivaswanji to present a small token of gratitude to our chairperson, Dr. Bala Pesala, and co-chairperson, Dr. Vijayapal.
Sir is the founder and CEO of Ayur AI and the Chief Technology Officer of Ayurveda Diagnostics, where he leads deep tech innovation at the intersection of artificial intelligence, digital health, and Ayurveda. He holds a B.Tech from IIT Madras and a PhD from University of California, Berkeley, and has over 15 years of experience in AI-driven healthcare and technology development. Under his leadership, Ayur AI has developed as a pioneering Ayurveda-based, AI-based personalized wellness solution and has secured institutional funding scale from Ayurveda 3.0 globally. The stage is yours, sir.
Dr. Ashwini Godbole ma'am has taken a small break. She'll join us shortly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. campus. Of course, I've visited Kanha in Hyderabad. This is first time I'm coming here. You can feel the calmness in the whole campus, and I think that speaks a lot about. Of course, we talk about science, Ayurveda, everything. There are certain things that you cannot explain with science, right? And a lot of Ayurveda practice, right, as he also emphasizes, is based on intuition, right? So our efforts is to ensure that we can modernize a lot of the aspects of Ayurveda, but what distinguishes a good Ayurveda doctor from the best Ayurveda doctor is that intuition. And I think that is something that you develop with a lot of years of experience, clinical practice, etc. Okay? So today I'll talk a little bit about how we can modernize Ayush research through modern science and technology. So I'm not an Ayurveda doctor. I have a lot of respect for Ayurveda. Personally, I had a health issue which got significantly cured by Ayurveda. So that's when I decided that we should look at Ayurveda in a scientific perspective and contribute whatever we can in our capacity to modernize this field. Okay. So, for the last 4 years, right, I've been talking to a lot of people, interacting with Ayurveda doctors, modern doctors. I strongly believe that we are at a crossroads in Ayush systems, right? So you have a traditional path, right, that typically we follow in traditional systems, and you have a modern path, right? In fact, Honorable Prime Minister also emphasized in various forums the need for integration of these two systems. Okay? So let me start, right, my personal opinion about the integration. 3 months back, I was at a conference in Vaidyaratnam. I was having lunch, and one Ayurveda doctor came to know that I am from IIT, and he wanted to understand which AI field his son should take, which artificial intelligence field his son should take. I told him there is no jobs for AI. There are jobs for Ayurveda doctors. Right? So all of you are at a very enviable position with the use of artificial intelligence techniques, right? There are a lot of jobs at stake, right? Frankly. But what is very, very important, and the expertise that you have as an Ayurveda doctor, that is something irreplaceable with AI. Right? So I view AI more as Ayurveda intelligence rather than artificial intelligence, because it's the integration of Ayurveda knowledge that actually creates diagnosis and solutions for the patients. Okay? So I strongly believe that Ayush systems survive by tradition, but they should thrive by adaptation. And we have to adapt for Ayurveda to scale globally. Okay? So I'll tell some of the thoughts. In fact, you can see from the right side, the integration that is possible is enormous. Right? The modern medicine is progressing at a very fast pace, and all the tools that are done in modern systems can be integrated into the traditional systems. So I always show this picture. We miss Dr. L. Mahadevan, our late advisor. He has done wonderful work in understanding Ayurveda in modern terms, right? I know that a lot of students of Mahadevan sir are here in the audience. Every time I used to meet him, he used to be able to connect, right, the dots, right? We always think Ayurveda is separate, modern science is separate. But if you look at it fundamentally, right, each Ayurveda parameter have correlations with modern markers, and that's the level of integration that is possible with the modern advances. Okay? So this is a term that I had coined in the World Ayurveda Congress a year back when I gave the talk, what I call Ayurveda 3.0. Right? So Ayurveda 1.0 is Ayurveda principles, right? That is the foundation of Ayurveda that we should never miss. Right? If the foundation is gone, then no level of AI can salvage the practice. But we should take that as a good foundation, and we should integrate modern markers. Right? So Ayurveda 2.0, which a lot of Ayurveda doctors are familiar with, patient comes with the blood reports, right? An Ayurveda doctor, when they diagnosis, they take advantage of the blood reports to understand the disease severity more, and also to customize and fine-tune the recommendations. So this is, I would say, the last 5 years. But We are at a post-chat GPT era where you can leverage lot of this information that is available, whether it is digital markers, everybody has smartphones, a lot of people are wearing smartwatches. You also have a lot of what we call multi-omic markers. You have genomic markers, you have markers related to continuous glucose monitoring, and all this information can be given to what I call a multi-model language model with proper authenticated information, right, and trained using generative AI principles, so that when a patient comes to the doctor, you have all information layers to give highly personalized and holistic, medicine. So I always get asked this question, right? What is Ayurveda dosha? Right? And it sounds simple at the base, but it's actually very deep concept. Right? So if you look at the traditional text, the doshas are described in terms of features. Right? That is how we understand doshas. But the features by itself, if you look at modern language, they are phenotypic features. Right? And once we make this connect, we can actually go back, right, into the base of the pyramid, right, and say, how does a phenotype get formed? It's your genotype plus all epigenomic characteristics, whether it is your RNA, proteins, transcriptome. These all create a phenotype, right? So with lot of advances, we are able to understand, right, the genes interaction. But what comes out of it is what Ayurveda described, the phenotype, right? So there is, my strong belief is that within the next 5 years, we should be able to explain, right, with these connections, what actually Ayurveda doshas are, right? If you say it's a Vata dosha, you should be able to write a simple equation saying, at least to the first level, saying, this is what Vata dosha is. It's this genotype plus this blood markers plus this phenotypic characteristics. Okay? And once you do that, right, there will be a strong basis for the emergence of this three dosha theory. Right? That is the basis of Ayurveda. I remember, right, as a scientist, when I first met Ayurveda doctor, I was extremely skeptical, right, in terms of, what does an Ayurveda doctor be able to tell without any blood reports, without any, scans, without any ultrasound scans, etc. It was eye-opening, right? When I had a disease called chronic gastritis, I went to an Ayurveda doctor. He just looked at my nadi, right? And just within 30 seconds, he could tell the whole history of my disease for the last 5 years. Right? So it's amazing, zero cost sensor. By the time I got endoscopy reports, blood reports, he didn't need any of that, right? So there is so much of information that is present, right, in any of this traditional practice. Now, how do we understand that, right? So we're also working, right, in understanding and making these connections, right? So for some of you who understands the cardiovascular system, it's what we call a closed loop system, right? Heart pumps the blood, goes to the arteries and comes back. So essentially what you have in a Nadi Pariksha, whether it is, in the wrist or here, information of whole body, because the blood is returning back, right? And Ayurveda doctors are what I call, 2000-year-old AI engineers. They could identify these small patterns that change and able to correlate this pattern corresponds to this disease. If you actually look at the traditional texts described in Ayurveda, there are patterns of pulse described. And the patterns actually correspond to certain disorders, diseases, dosha imbalances. So for, students, right, you should all work with engineers to combine this bridge. In fact, at IIT Jodhpur, we had established, a center called Ayur Tech Center with the support of Minister of Ayush. There, close to 15 professors from IIT with Ayurveda doctors in Ayurveda University and AIMS Jodhpur are bridging this gap to understand Ayurveda, especially metabolic disorders in modern sense. Right? So we need more such integration. I would love to see, in addition to Ayurveda doctors, next time students from IIT should be sitting here and asking questions, right? Then that's where the real integration happens. So we're also planning more such centers in various IITs. To just give an example, as an IIT graduate, I never heard of Ayurveda. Right? So when I went to US, right, traditional Chinese medicine is very, very popular there, right? Then I asked one of the biggest Ayurveda doctors there, how come, all the Chinese, people in US are familiar with traditional Chinese medicine practice, but as Indians, we are not familiar with Ayurveda. He said something very, very, interesting. If you look at the history of traditional Chinese medicine, post the Cultural Revolution, there is a lot of emphasis on modernizing the traditional Chinese medicine, and people are very familiar, right, especially in US, because the roots of Chinese medicine, transferred to the US and other places. So first time they get a disease at the time, 1980s, 90s, they used to go to traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. So in IITs, right, and most of the educational systems, our knowledge system has been very, Anglo-focused, right, for whatever reasons. So the traditional depth and knowledge that we have is not taught, right? And as a scientist, I think it's important that people are exposed to the system, let them do their own reasoning, right, merits and demerits of the system, but that exposure is very important. So that's why we were talking with Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan to sensitize, right, more such interactions between technology people and Ayurveda people, so that we have a common language of understanding. Okay? We're talking about, Ayurveda medicines, drugs. When I first started taking Ayurveda medicines, right, it was very confusing. When I go to a modern doctor and I say I have gastritis or, acidity, they give one medicine, right? Antacids or proton pump inhibitors, and say, you take this is what it does. Then I go to an Ayurveda doctor, they give Avipattika Churnam, then I look at the label, it has some, 10 plus components. How do a modern science person understand this, right? So I thought, will it work? But when you actually go into the depth, that's the beauty of the Ayurveda. It's not that you are, just doing symptom reduction. You're actually solving issues at the core, right? So if you look at simple things such as turmeric, right? These days, for those of you who have traveled abroad, you walk into any store, any convenience store, there is a whole section dedicated to traditional medicine herbs, and modern medicine will cost $10. Ayurveda supplements will cost $40, right? That's the potential of Ayurveda, because you are not just looking at one particular pathway, you are looking at multi-activity, right? If you look at the text, turmeric is prescribed for a lot of things, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, antioxidative. That's because you have, multiple compounds which can target multiple pathways, as we call, right? Just a simple formulation for diabetes, right? You see how many ingredients are there. It's not just the ingredients, right? Ayurveda talks about formulation. Formulation is not just a mix of ingredients. There is a processing step that is involved, right? So you're actually talking about exciting multiple pathways to cure or solve the disease at a more fundamental level. For those of you who are familiar with Ayush 64, there are a lot of studies that are done to understand what actually each of these drugs interact. Okay? A year back, right, there was a company called Pangeo Biotech from UK, and they had contacted us to understand how to create drugs inspired by Ayurveda, natural sources, because you have a proven history of efficacy, right, less toxicity, etc. So that's why it is very important that we look at, Ayurveda drugs in a very holistic perspective, but there is a lot of potential to derive value out of it, right, through such things. So there's a lot of AI that is applied in drug discovery and repurposing. Most of the Ayurveda drugs for COVID, right, I know Dr. Mahadevan sir, clinic, I've seen 60 plus patients data, right? COVID is a new disease, but the symptoms, the fundamental problems associated with COVID are well known, right? Whether it is, persistent fever, cough, etc. So once you know the symptoms, right, you can actually understand what doshas are aggravated, gunas are aggravated, changed, and then give medicines, right? So I think some of you would have, seen the basic building blocks of any of, right, our drugs is targeting proteins, right? Because protein is the machinery in the cell. So if you have any Ayurveda molecules, you have to bind to a protein. You need to understand first the structure of the protein, right? Previously, people used to take 2 years, 3 years to get one protein structure. And now with AI, right, you are able to do it in matter of minutes. Now imagine the potential, right? You have so many Ayurveda drugs. We don't know the, fundamental mechanism, how they operate. But you can use the AI tools to actually get the first level of decision in terms of whether a particular drug is effective for disease or not. I think a lot of you would have used Chat GPT in probably your homework if you are doing assignments, etc. The same concepts can be used in Ayurveda and also drug discovery, right? So there are actually large language models that are derived, that are applied to discover proteins. So we call it protein language model. So we should also have Ayurveda language model, right? Something that we are working on. Basically, you take all Ayurveda information, synthesize the connections, knowledge graphs, and then derive useful outcomes out of it. Yeah? So you can also leverage, right, something called, it's a little bit technical, because you know that a particular drug will excite a pathway. You can actually put Ayurveda drugs on a petri dish cells, and you can understand this Ayurveda drugs is exciting these pathways. Then you can actually repurpose the same Ayurveda drugs for different diseases. Right? It's a very powerful concept where you don't have to discover new medicines, but use the existing medicine for a different cause. Okay? So that's where I think a lot of the AI can actually play a vital role, not only in the diagnosis, but the treatment, right? So if you look at the modern definition of an Ayurveda doctor, modern doctor, so it's just a statistician, right? Applying domain and clinical knowledge. Same Ayurveda doctors have been doing for 2000, or all Ayush system doctors have been doing for 2000, 3000 plus years, right? You can actually map all the Ayurvedic terms to understand and derive models which can give first level of diagnosis and treatment. There's a lot of potentials for AI, which I'll not go into detail. So when I began my talk, I talked about how to integrate modern research, right? So this is the beauty of Ayurveda, right? It treats each of you as a very unique personality, your unique constitution. So health is not absence of the disease. Health is health, right? That's a beautiful definition in Ayurveda, which I'll show in the end. So how do we understand health in a very personalized way? And I think Ayurveda has one of the best definitions what I have seen. And it's very important that when you talk about bringing back, reducing diseases, we talk about your own personalized baselines. Okay? Then you can give all the interventions that are possible to bring them back. Okay? So through a lot of interactions that we had, right, we understood what is the challenges in traditional Ayurveda practice and how modern technologies can play a role, right? In fact, we have a couple of Ayurveda doctors from my company sitting, right? They're all getting trained with the latest AI tools, right? How to take advantage of AI plus Ayurveda knowledge to accurately diagnose and also treat patients. Okay, so let me give you one example. Please don't take any offense. This is from our personal experience. One of the bases for Ayurveda is understanding your own Prakriti. Okay, but what are described in Ayurveda texts are characteristic features for a particular Prakriti, right? Acharyas never said that if you have this features, this plus this features, you are a Vata Pitta Prakriti. They told this is a Vata feature, this is the Pitta feature, this is the Kapha feature. Now most of us are mixed Prakriti, right? Then how do we determine the mixed Prakriti? Right? So then we, this is Professor Brahmachari, former Director General CSIR, Mitali. So when we started this center, we said, let's understand the problem, right? So then we asked Ayurveda doctors, you please assess Prakriti. You ask as many questions as you want. Okay? Prakriti, it's the most basic concept of Ayurveda and very powerful concepts. This is the answers from 7 different Ayurveda doctors. You will see there are actually almost 5 different answers. Right? So some doctors said PVK, some doctors said Kapha Pitta, Kapha Vata, Pitta Kapha, Vata Pitta. So you have all combinations possible. How can it be that the Prakriti of a person, when we are determining, which is very fundamental to Ayurveda, how can it be that, right, we have so many answers? And I think that's where the technology can play a very important role, right? So then we said, okay, let's understand and see what features we are looking at and how we can use tools like machine learning, right? All of you would have come across this concepts called AI, deep learning, machine learning, and let's determine the Prakriti, right? In fact, our Ayurveda doctor, Dr. Pratibhan, worked on this algorithm, but there are a lot of confounding factors. It's not easy. I think recently we had a very big initiative by Ministry of Ayush on Desh Ka Prakriti Parikshan, right? Very, very big initiative. But the challenges in real life, when you are assessing Prakriti, there are a lot of confounding factors that come in, right? So the answers don't match, etc. So you have to actually leverage Ayurveda principles like guna concepts to recorrect the answers given by the patients. Okay, and this is a you can get good accuracies provided you base your algorithms on very good Ayurveda knowledge. And this is a paper that will be presenting in the Dubai conference in March. Okay? So then we said, okay, when you establish Prakriti, you also need to understand Vikriti, right? So traditionally, there are a lot of techniques that are used to understand Vikriti, and you can also use something called digital pulse, right? And you would have heard about a lot of companies in the field attempting this, right? Nadi Tarangani, Veda Pulse. There are multiple companies attempting this. But what is important is when you actually do any machine learning or deep learning, it has to be based on very strong Ayurveda doctor's labels. If the doctor labels is good, then your algorithms will perform. The doctor labels is not good, right? Your accuracy will suffer. So this actually, we have done this study with Dr. Mahadevan sir's clinic at the time, and we are actually getting pretty good accuracy, first level decision in terms of what pulse can give about Vikriti. Okay? So this is, the goal is not to replace doctor. The goal is to give the first level decision, right? Even before the patient meets the doctor in terms of what is their pulse characteristics. This is all completely done, right, with the aid of your mobile phone camera, where we extract a lot of the pulse features, use algorithms, right, to understand what features correspond to what dosha imbalance, and then we can tell the first level decision, right? So this is, it's free app, feel free to download and explore. But I want to caution, right? AI, again, has certain limitations, right? It has a lot of confounding factors. If you, for the Ayurveda doctors, since you are experts, right, you are supposed to detect pulse in the early morning when the person has not eaten, should be calm, quiet, etc. So these things needs to be taken into account to establish your dosha imbalance, right? Meal timings, short-term influences, etc. Okay, that's why we need Ayurveda doctors to work with, right, modern, science and doctors to get algorithms right. So one of the things which is easy for as a scientist to understand is what is the correlation of Ayurveda parameters with blood markers, right? So this study was done with in CSR IGIB almost 2008, but done in extreme Prakriti people, right? But the results are very, very interesting, right? Kind of matches a Kapha Prakriti. You can see a Kapha Prakriti, right, will have higher total cholesterol, triglycerides, etc. Right? The K plus means it's increased in Kapha. And Vata person, more transport process, more HDL cholesterol. In fact, we are also seeing that in our studies. A Pitta person, right, has certain markers which are elevated compared to Vata and Kapha person. Right? So the conclusion from the Ayurveda matches with the conclusion from modern markers, right? Kapha person is typically metabolically predisposed. Pitta person is typically predisposed to gastric disorders, transformative process, right? Vata person typically is predisposed because very high transport processes have very good glycemic levels, but they will get other disorders. So one of the things we are looking at, right, is integrating something called continuous glucose monitors, right? I would say this is one of the biggest revolutions that has happened in monitoring your metabolic health. So far, all our dietary recommendations, right, that are given are cross-sectional recommendations. They will tell if you're diabetic, please stop taking it, right? But all of us are unique, right? In fact, when I first put my CGM, continuous glucose monitor, very, very interesting insights, right? Till that time, I was eating, my wife was preventing me to eat a lot of chocolate. Then I usually eat 50% plus dark chocolate. So I started eating dark chocolate and showed my wife, see, doesn't spike my sugar level. Then I got a free pass to eat as many chocolates as possible. Right? But interestingly, I would not have expected the biggest sugar spikes comes from dosa. Biggest sugar spike. Right? So these are the personalized recommendations that you get and not cross-sectional recommendations. Right? You can, don't quote me anywhere. People say diabetic people should not eat rasgullas, but actually they should stop eating rice because the biggest sugar spike is from rice, not from rasgulla, the amount of rice that we eat. Right? So if you're planning to eat diabetic people, if you're planning to eat sweets, no problem. Put a continuous glucose monitor, ensure that your sugar level is stable, get permission from your wife and then eat. No problem, right? Nothing will happen. But as long as it is, monitored and understood that it is not spiking your sugar level. So we have been working with, our advisor from Stanford, Professor Michael, to understand how we can leverage Ayurveda phenotypes and the modern markers to hyper-personalize the dietary recommendations. Yeah? This is the work that we have done with Dr. Supriya from Bharati Vidyapeeth. Basically, unfortunately, we treat diabetes as a single disease. Right? It's actually a cluster of multiple subphenotypes. But people don't have any symptoms in the pre-diabetic stage, typically, right? And if you can detect at the pre-diabetic stage, then you can reverse, in most of the cases, from them progressing to diabetes. But that reversal will strongly dependent on what is your subphenotype of pre-diabetes. So we've done very interesting work with them. In fact, my Dr. Pratibhan has done this analysis. Shows that in pre-diabetic people, there are actually 4 clusters. The 4 clusters, 2 clusters correspond to kapha clusters, 1 corresponds to vata, 1 corresponds to pitta. Right? You can ask, so what? Right? So interesting thing is, kapha cluster typically have high high total cholesterol compared to vata and pitta, which is what you would expect. Right? Another important thing is the body fat and other things. Typically, kapha people will have higher. Right? There is nothing. It matches with the understanding. What is important is the 2 kapha clusters that we saw. Right? One kapha cluster has high triglycerides. One kapha cluster has normal triglycerides. So in modern terms, we call hypertriglyceridemia. In fact, expresses only in certain people, not everybody. Right? And that's the biggest metabolic problem. So if you know this, then you can actually treat them with the personalized suggestions. Right? So we know that there are certain suggestions, dietary recommendations given to Ayurveda doctors, given by Ayurveda doctors depending on your Agni level. In fact, when I was attending the World Health Organization conference, typically we have a blood report, we have other parameters, but they actually don't tell the full picture. We call this as whole person understanding. In fact, Ayurveda has beautiful parameters, Agni, Manas. These are more fundamental than a single blood parameter, right? And it's important that we understand these integrative parameters, then you can give dietary recommendations. Right? So we are working a lot, right? Integrating something called a gut microbiome. You can visit our stall there. You can see how we are taking advantage of both Ayurveda knowledge and modern knowledge to give personalized suggestions, because depending on your gut bacteria, you actually have to change your diet. And now you have sequencing tools to enable you to do that, right, with a fraction of cost than used to be. It's typically less than 7,000 rupees. You can get the gut microbiome report. In fact, since when I had gastritis, I took 5 plus courses of antibiotics, right? And nobody told me that will affect your gut microbiomes. So only when I did the report, right, it was very shocking. All the important gut bacteria got killed by too much of antibiotics, right? And that is what is causing the system not to heal properly. Right? Because once you lose certain bacteria, it's very hard to get. So this is, this is my suggestion for people who are taking antibiotics. Take it judiciously with doctor prescription. Don't overdo antibiotics. And even Government of India is launching a antimicrobial resistance mission, because we are running out of antibiotics, right? And a lot of multi-drug resistant bacteria is coming in. And I think that's one of the areas where Ayurveda can play a role to better manage the antimicrobial resistance, right? So that you don't become resistant to first line of antibiotics. I think some of you would have heard about Dr. Leroy Hood, right? So what he talks about multiple layers. I want the same thing we are doing with Professor Snyder from Stanford. We want to add an Ayurveda layer into this whole picture. And that should become one of the more important layers in addition to all the genomic markers. There is for those of you who are visiting US, please go visit. Actually, in Stanford now, there are 2 Ayurveda doctors sitting and working with Professor Snyder to integrate Ayurveda and modern science. Right? There's a big center that is, as a part of the big center, there are Ayurveda doctors who are sitting and working with them. Right? So this is the power of Ayurveda that you can integrate. So I'll not go into the details, but once you understand Ayurveda layer and modern layer, you can actually give very personalized suggestions. Okay. Now we call this integrative nutrigenomics. Right? As I mentioned, same food will not affect everyone the same. How many of you think that banana will increase your sugar level more compared to a cookie? Can you just have a raise of hands? Nobody thinks banana will increase sugar? Okay, please raise your hands. Who thinks banana? Okay, fine. Who thinks cookie will increase more? Oh, a lot of people think cookie increase more. Okay, interesting. Actually, it depends on your personal physiology, right? For certain people, you can see, one of the participants, banana is very high, cookie is low. So doesn't mean that I can eat a lot of cookies, but sugar level spike will be less. But other person, you see banana is flat. The cookie is fine. The cookie is very high. So it really depends on your personal physiology, right? And there are a lot of companies, including ours, which are looking at integrating these personalized markers. So I'll not go into the detail. I'll finish in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we need to, make it more integrative so that you can give decisions that work for you, right? So 3 things that are important, right, is your blood sugar, your fat, cholesterols, all the components, and these are all mediated by your gut health. In fact, gut microbiome contributes 10 to 20% of your high sugar values, depending on which bacteria that you have. Okay, same thing, right? A lot of the cholesterol that is produced, right? Gut microbiome has significant influence. Yeah, as you see, so I want to tell one very important factor, right? When you eat food, when you eat any carbohydrates, instantly within an hour it causes inflammation in the body. This is what we call cellular inflammation, because the process of production of energy itself is, very energy consuming. It's like driving the car, right, at very high speed. The car will heat up, right? Same thing happens in a cell. When you eat any carbs, it produces inflammation, right? And that increase in the sugar level, you can see the spikes, that strongly depends on your, of course, your meals, but your genetics, but also a lot on other factors like microbiome, your age, your cholesterol level in the body. Right? And these studies clearly show that you need to personalize. Okay? So this is the holistic concept, integrating Ayurveda recommendations with all the multi-omics to give very personalized suggestions for you. Okay. So just a couple of slides, what we have been building. So we're integrating a lot of the Ayurveda markers, blood markers, gut microbiome markers into the whole practice. And, there are very focused suggestions that are given to improve your health. Okay. So this is, this is an app, it's free. Please feel free to download, explore. Especially I would like suggestions from, Ayurveda doctors, how to improve them better, because when we integrate Ayurveda decisions, right, that's when you actually start seeing a lot of value. So we assess Prakriti even before a doctor meets, right? Then we understand their blood markers, they can upload their blood reports so that the consultation process become smooth. Then you actually have an Ayurveda doctor consultation in the loop, right? Then once the Ayurveda doctor consults, they give actually holistic recommendations, right? The Ayurveda is all about integrating, not just giving medicines to everyone, but integrating dietary practices, right? Yoga, meditation, everything into that, right? Feel free to download. I'll not go into a lot of details. But one of the things we found is when you do an Ayurveda doctor, any doctor consultation, doctor says, eat this food, don't eat this food. And patient always comes back and says that, yes, I followed 100% your suggestions. But most of the times, right, we don't know what they're eating. And a lot of times, very hard to change dietary habits, right? So that's why we have made this food logging. Just with the camera phone, you actually get a first level of decision in terms of what food you're eating, what is the carbohydrate, protein level, right? Sugars, fiber, and you can also understand Ayurvedic insights. That's something that we are building, right? When you take a picture of the food, we are working towards understanding whether it's a Vata increasing food, Pitta increasing food, Kapha increasing food, and how does it affect your personal health when you have all this information, right? And we find that people are at least behaviorally aware that if they eat certain food with a lot of carbs, it impacts them, right? It's all about behavioral change. Then, I'll not go into the details. There are a lot of generative AI that can be integrated where these tools are given to the doctors to understand what is the blood markers anomalies and give suggestions, okay? Please feel free to explore. As I talked about, right, most of the continuous glucose monitors that are there currently, they give suggestions, they give markers in terms of your glucose level. But what do you do with that, right? So that's why we have been integrating in terms very focused suggestions in terms of this is the spike that you are getting, this is what you have to add, this fiber you have to add, this meal timings, right? One of the important factors, we see a lot of people eat very late and they don't actually know that affects their fasting blood sugar next day. Right? But when you have a continuous glucose monitor, you can actually see the curves, right? This is the continuous glucose monitor curve. You can see that your lunch is spiking, but a very short spike. Breakfast is spiking, very short spike, but your dinner is prolonged, right? So then you can tell people how to optimize those decisions so that you can see improvements. So in fact, in our platform, with the data and giving suggestions, we are able to reduce sugar levels of patients within a week by 30 by 40 points, right? And we are very excited about how much more, right, we can give to the patient by integrating all Ayurveda supplements and, yoga and meditation suggestions, okay? So this is the result from, one of our patients, right? Before Diwali, after Diwali, right? Everybody eats a lot of sweets and we don't know how much that is affecting our health, right? And what we said is, first week you eat how you are eating, but come to us, we'll analyze the data, and next week we are able to show improvements. Right? In fact, this patient was one of the most compliant patient, right? We are able to decrease his fasting sugar level within a week. Lunch, changing the dietary habits, dinner spikes are all reduced. Okay. So for those of you, the reason why I wanted to show this is, as a service to the community, we are offering free clinical programs for people suffering from either diabetes, pre-diabetes, gastric issues, metabolic issues, women's wellness issues. The program is completely free. You can ask as a company, why are you doing this, right? I strongly believe that it is very important for us to generate good clinical data in Ayurveda backed by modern markers. So we're doing blood reports, continuous glucose monitors, etc. to show that Ayurveda is not some, is not some voodoo science. It actually has very good, clear scientific basis. And when you collect your blood report before and after Ayurveda treatment, you can clearly see the improvements. Okay? So some of the use cases I want to show, right? People think that diabetes is very complex, you cannot solve it, right? But we showed that within 2 months, we are able to reduce the sugar levels, right, by 15% within just 2 months. People think that Ayurveda will take six months, 1 year to cause effect, right? So like this, there are a lot of use cases, right? I'll not go into the details because paucity of the study. Just one last concept I want to show. Please feel free to visit our stall, right? We strongly believe that we need to have more data-driven markers, right? So there's a kiosk that we have built. The idea is that as the patient is waiting to meet the doctor, they can do a first-level assessment in the kiosk, right? So that doctor can spend more time talking to the patient rather than answering and ticking some questions. And we're also interacting with, Dr. Sri Verma and Heartfulness to see how we can integrate modern tools into the practice. Okay? So I'm very excited, how we can integrate such more tools. We have done one deployment, right, in a village in Gujarat and found that more than 30% of the people, right, have actually an imbalance, whether it is, disbalanced doshas, uh, high blood pressure, low blood pressure. We also take their sugar levels, right? We find that a lot of times they don't know that they have a problem. Okay, so very important to integrate modern markers. Okay? So this is very excited. So 2 weeks back we showed it to Prime Minister along with Secretary Minister of Ayush, who actually the brainchild is from Kotecha sir, right? 5 years back, 4 years back when I met him, he said, why don't we integrate more technology and bring hardware which can add as a first level decision, right, to Ayurveda doctors, right? So this is the kiosk that we had demonstrated in the WHO conference. So you can see Kotecha sir, and also a lot of interest from WHO, how India is integrating traditional medicine with the Western medicine. So a lot of applications, right? One of the applications we are talking to Minister of Ayush is how we can deploy this in primary healthcare centers, right? Community health centers, because their availability of doctors is very sparse, right? So we can do that. So let me skip these things. For those of you who are interested in understanding how modern integration is done, write to us. Last 2 slides. What I want to say is, with so much data that we have, Ayurveda is very good at prevention, right? So once we have this data, we can actually design mechanisms with the ministry which can go as a population level recommendations, right? Typically, people coming from North India, there is a lot of fog, there's a lot of respiratory diseases. So you can actually forecast and then tell that you can decrease these things by taking certain Ayurveda precautions, whether it is breathing, pranayama, Ayurveda supplements, so that the public health expenditure can be minimized. Okay? Since some of the students are there, I always tend to give homeworks. So I think all of you know the definition of health in Ayurveda. Beautiful definition: samadosha samagnicha samadhatu malakriya prasanna atmendriya mana swastya idya vidiyate. Okay. Now, if I have to define health, this is the most complete definition I have seen. As engineers, we always want to measure. So homework for all the students, please work with us how to measure this integrative definition of health very quantifiably. And once we do that, then we can scale the system globally. So happy to take any questions. Before that, any of you want internships, please write to us. And as I mentioned, you will get an opportunity to work on the best AI aspects. So what I call AI doctor is not artificial intelligence doctor. Ayurveda doctor who knows AI will replace Ayurveda doctors who don't know AI in future. So if you want to be a step ahead, feel free, right, to learn more of the skills and help patients. That's the end of the goal. Yeah. Thank you for patient listening. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you. Okay, any student questions? If you have good questions, I'll give you internship. No questions? Okay. Anyway, you can write to us.
You mentioned about the phenotypes and enterotypes, all those things. All these are clinical trials based on or AI based on, sir?
So the question is about, right, we talk about various phenotypes, enterotypes. Are these based on clinical studies or based on AI? I would say it's a combination. The base knowledge comes from the clinical knowledge, right? In Ayurveda, we have 20 sub-phenotypes of diabetes that are described, right? So we take that as a knowledge base, but the data that is produced, right, comes from both Ayurveda phenotyping and modern phenotyping. So then when you combine these two, the phenotype, what we call a combined phenotype emerges, which is dependent on both Ayurveda parameters and modern parameters. So AI is only a tool to get the phenotype, but the base information is both from Ayurveda parameters and modern parameters.
You define guidelines for that? Any SOPs or anything?
Yeah, so even in modern medicine, if you look at, I think since you would have heard about Dr. Mohan's Diabetic Center, they have 4 phenotypes of diabetes described, and that has published results. Similarly, we are looking at more subtyping using Ayurveda markers, and the clinical guidelines have not been established. The reason for that is this is a new concept, right? So what is important to do is you identify the phenotype, you give them the treatment, and you see if the phenotype based precision treatment is giving better results than the conventional treatment, and you prove that yes, this is more personalized.
Because if it's just going to learn from us, it will replace us at one point. Right?
Yeah, so I don't know how many of you could hear the question. The question is, we are Ayurveda doctors or any doctors are leveraging AI, right? And the AI will learn from the Ayurveda doctors. Can the AI become super AI which will replace doctors, whether it's Ayurveda doctors or modern doctors? Excellent question. See, as I mentioned in the beginning of the talk, right? 70 to 80% of Ayurveda practice, right, can be explained. 20 to 30% is based on intuition, feeling, interaction, etc. So, if I give an option, talk to a Ayurveda AI robot versus Ayurveda doctor. When we meet an Ayurveda doctor in person, right? Some are published. Okay.
Thank you. We are in. We are a strongest team with the senior people to guiding, and we are modernizing Ayurveda without diluting the basic principles. We will. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bala. It's a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. All right.
We ordered the first machine from Dr. Bala to our Kana Wellness Center. We are the first A-equipped wellness institute. Thank you.
Thank you.
We extend our sincere thanks to Dr. Bala Pesala sir for the informative scientific session and an assurance that our jobs are not on stake. Now I warmly welcome our chairperson for the session, Dr. Ashwini Godboli ma'am, to share her thoughts on this topic.
Thanks for such an excellent presentation, Bala. And what I could take from this is that we come on full circle, right? That we began with Prakriti, and then he covered so many aspects. But then we saw that the way Ayurveda sees patterns in everything, AI is also looking for patterns. AI is also looking for patterns to generate the from the data and generate churn the information and generate the tools which will give you the answer. So ultimately, that's what it is, and it's nice to see that it is so it resonates so well with Ayurveda, and at the same time, it's allowing us to talk to the world. So this allows us to spread the message of Ayurveda to the world, because I am a Marathi person, right? And I am talking in English. There are so many people who know Tamil. I don't know Tamil. So I have chosen this way of talking to you. So if we want everybody to get our point, and basically whether they get our point or not is a different thing. But if you want, all of us want Ayurveda to be of use to many people. And that's not only Ayurveda. It is same for Siddha, same for Unani, same for Swarippa. Do we want people to use it for their health care? Then we need to tell the globe about what it is and how they can be used. And if AI helps us to do that, and as explained so well by Bala, I think that's the way forward. So I congratulate you. Excellent talk and very well presented. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. In appreciation of the valuable insight shared during the session, I request Dr. Prashant Tiwari to kindly felicitate our speaker, Dr. Bala Pesala, and present the certificate and the memento.
To extend a formal invitation to Dr. Ashwini Godbole as the speaker for the third scientific session. This session will be presided over by Chairperson Dr. Pavan Kumar and Dr. Srinivasa Rao, sir.
To begin with a small introduction of ma'am, Dr. Ashwini Godbole is a distinguished researcher in neurobiology and Ayurveda-based cognitive health, currently serving as the principal investigator for Ayurveda neurobiology research at Transdisciplinary University. With extensive training in molecular biology, cell biology, and mitochondrial research, her works bridges classical Ayurvedic wisdom with contemporary scientific methods. Her research focuses on Medhya Rasayana, healthy aging, neurodegeneration, supported by major national and international grants. A recipient of the prestigious fellowships from DBT, DST, SCRB, and international scientific bodies, she has published widely in peer-reviewed journals and actively contributes to curriculum development and global scientific forums.
Namaste. I begin with thanking the organizers, Jai system of medicine. That is Yoga, Unani, Siddha, Swaripa, all of these. A researcher like one researcher like me can work on a very little what Ayurveda or Indian system of medicine has said. And if all of us join together, maybe we can do much more and offer it to the world. That will be unique offering from India. So moving forward, this is one step for the dream which Pavanji showed us. Such a big dream. You can be actually someone who can decide national or global policies for traditional medicine. Excellent to see that we do have that kind of human resource and that kind of knowledge base which can take us there. And then after that, Bala showed you that how we can use, what's happening? Okay, yeah, thanks. And then Bala showed us that how we can look at the data which is getting generated and using the Ayurveda as a base and then data getting generated, and we can then make some tools like AI, using AI, and use them in day-to-day practice. I'm going to look at very much smaller one concept from all of this and going to talk to you about it. And why did I choose doing this? Because over time, while working in a university called as Transdisciplinary University in Bangalore and talking to so many Ayurvedic doctors and even the folk healers, I learned that there is lot to offer from these systems for health span, remaining healthy. And we talk so much about illness. Everybody goes to the doctor only if they fall sick and if there is some health problem. But can we talk about wellness? More we talk about wellness, more wellness will be generated and more illness will automatically be reduced. And I thought the training which I have got in biology helps me to do that, because then I can show at the cell, I can see first and show then that at the molecular and the cellular level, health and disease is in continuum. So if you remain towards the health side, the disease won't happen. And that's so very obvious from the biological point of view. If that such a obvious information, if I can put forth, then and how Ayurveda allows us to remain we will be very happy and content, and we will live a meaningful life. I think apart from pharma industry, nobody will be unhappy with this. So that's what is the thing. So I hope I can convince you, especially the young Ayurvedic Vaidya or Ayurveda students, that there is so much of scope in for us to do a very positive and promotive, health promotive kind of work in this field. So, so that's what I would like to begin. The whole point of Ayurveda is swasthasya swastha rakshanam. The first thing is that, and if at all, then after doing that also, if there is disease, then we can take care of. That's why Ayurveda, that's why I'm convinced the science which is already saying this as a motto will definitely achieve this, because that's what the science is meant for. So that's why Ayurveda is a way to for healthy, happy, positive. I'm not just saying preventive. Prevent disease is a very minimal kind of expectation. Of course, it will prevent disease, but we should live a much happy and healthy life and a very meaningful life. And because Ayurveda is so comprehensive, and when I keep saying Ayurveda, I mean to say the Indian system of medicine is Ayush, is so comprehensive that it will allow us to actually achieve this very much easily than what we expect. So that's what I would like to convince you in next half an hour or so. So my area, means my group's area of work, is about aging and the nervous system. So healthy aging and cognitive wellness, or nervous system wellness. So why this topic? Because as you all know, that we are living longer, the population is living longer globally, but the health span has not increased as much as the lifespan has. What do I mean by that? Is that the people are not living healthily, especially last couple of decades of the life. So that means aging is a risk factor for many diseases which are coming. If the aging is healthy, then the diseases won't happen. And if we can understand that from the Ayurvedic point of view and from the life science point of view, maybe we can find some very easy solutions which we can do. So this is a dialogue between Shastra, research, the clinics, and the communities. So it's not one way dialogue. It keeps going back and forth. As we have to keep saying that we sometimes listen to Shastra, design an experiment, look at the practice, whether it is used, why am I doing this? Because it should be practiced. Then look at the communities, will they accept it? Will it be done? And again go back to my lab and do some research, and this circle has to go on. The dialogue cannot stop for a long time. So again in a different way, and we have to do this merging of Shastra, practice of the science, whichever Shastra you are interested in, and the science very seamlessly. We have give and take in all the domains. And this is what TDU provides us. TDU, as I came to TDU, as when it was the FRLHT avatar, we were majorly known for our conservation of medicinal plants and local health traditions. Then the science part of it, the clinic part of it came. But I have seen this is one place, and there are some other places, and there should be many more, where science and Shastra is at same level. There is respect from Shastra to science, from science to Shastra. There is a lot of passion to find what the kind of research which I will show you, to do that kind of research. And we also have the infrastructure to do it, where the infrastructure exists where the human resource exists, meaning where the Vaidyas are, where the scientists are, and there is the basic infrastructure which we can utilize to do this kind of research. So such ecosystems have to be built, and that's what I think very useful for a person like me who wants to do Ayurveda biology. So what do? We start with we start with the concepts of Ayurveda, and then look at the practice of Ayurveda, then design our experiments, whether we need to do a clinical clinical study or whether we want to do the lab study, which way we should go and what kind of lab study, how deep, what kind of experiments and so on. So I'll just show you one example. As I told you that we look at cognition being three things at least. What are those three things when we say cognition? It is MAC, that is memory, attention and concentration. That's what is known in the modern cognitive neuroscience, that these three are the minimally required things for when we are measuring cognition. And a very similar or a very parallel kind of a concept of pragya, which we first, when I started around 8 years ago, I went to Vaidyananand and I was with him in his clinic for 3 days, and I kept asking him questions once in a while. Maybe I was irritating him also a little bit, but I kept asking him and he was nice enough to keep answering those questions. And after that, and after reading his book Man and Ayurveda, which is in Marathi, I learned this. At least I could get this one slide after so much of this thing, that there are three faculties: Buddhi, Medha and Smriti. And Smriti is easy to understand, memory. Buddhi is something which will allow us to take whatever we want and leave rest. That means we will take the signal and noise will be lost. So there was some song going on, there is some light, but we do see them, but we don't pay attention to them. And that's what according to Ayurveda, manas, that is the mind, allows us to do these things. And Medha, which is the in-between entity, which is whatever you are gathering, whatever you are grasping, whether to make it into information, memory or not, how important, you assign importance to it, and then that allows you to do that. And this faculty can go up by various things which we do in our Indian system of healthcare, I would say, including meditation, yoga, so many things. Even in the modern also, there are certain things which can be useful for us to make this decision, what is good and what is not. And so that's what at the end he was also saying, that whether AI will replace that. No, it will not, because AI doesn't have medha. It will have buddhi, it can have smriti, but medha is only the human quality. So we have to see that this is what it is. So then medha again also decides that I have certain memory, right? I have memory about Chennai, saying that Chennai is very humid and hot. But I will use certain power of mine, and then when I see and I say that, no, this is January, maybe. So we know how to deal with the memory which we have. Also about people, we have certain memory. Anything, we can have memory about anything, but our behavior is not exactly the memory which we have. It is permutation and combination of many other things which we assign to the memory, and the behavior is governed by that. And that faculty is again medha, which governs that behavior. That's why maybe Ayurveda gives a lot of importance on medhya rasayana and not so much about the buddhi vardak or smriti vardak. There are smriti vardaks and buddhi vardak, but medhya rasayana is a very unique concept which exists in Ayurveda. So it's not only about health. So you will say that if you keep on doing only health, then we know that when we say that Ayurvedic practice is very subjective, and when we are trying to do research in Ayurveda practice, how will we do it? We don't use, there are no, like every Vaidya can give a different outcome, as Bala was also showing something like Prakriti. But then if we think how we should do research, so I just wanted this slide to be put for the students mainly, that we can have algorithms. We can have algorithms. If you take one type of disease to all people, like say Parkinson's, this is for Parkinson's and stroke. If you take if a person who has Parkinson's goes to Ayurvedic doctor, they will follow an algorithm. Maybe the choice of drug can be different, the choice of medicine can be different, but the algorithm will remain same. That means the pattern remains same. So that's what we should be able to take out from all this information which we are gathering from the practice and the experiments, and that's when it will help to develop newer and newer tools to look at these things. and we do get best results. Even if we take 10 Vaidya's advice, every patient which is put into this graph has been treated differently, right? The result is very good in most of the cases, and we know in which cases the results won't come like that. That is also known. So if we understand, use this algorithm pattern, then I think we will learn much more than looking at the exact details of the pattern. So what do we do? So we do not do any clinical research in the clinic. We do community-based clinical research, because what we want to achieve is wellness, right? So the person won't come to the clinic. If person is hell and hearty, good for them. If they are there, then they won't come to the clinic. But we know that if something is rasayana, something which we need to take care, that in future it should not happen, we need to work on it today. If we don't want it to happen, or if we want to remain healthy for a long time, we need to start working every day from today. So, or maybe better if yesterday. So we need to see what are these patterns. So for cognitive health, we go to the community, we go and talk to them, we do cognitive tests, which are simple paper pencil tests, we do blood tests, and we also do the sleep, anxiety, depression, because these are very soft issues, but very, very important for as far as brain health is concerned. We do blood test, of course, before and after. We do MRI, which is functional MRI we do. And why I am showing you all this? Because I think the results which we will show you, I will show you, are very about one formulation of Ayurveda, and how much can we learn from one formulation of Ayurveda. That's what I want to convey. We of course use Prakriti and Agni as tools for diagnosis. Before, Agni is done before and after, Prakriti of course only once. And what do we look at? We look at only one formulation, because I went to 10 Vaidya. I asked them, if I want better cognition, what would you give? Anybody who wants better cognition, what would you give? So how many Vaidyas here? All Vaidyas, right? Many Vaidyas. And even Siddha has some similar formulation, little different composition. But everybody said Brahmikrita. Everybody said, they might have said something more, but definitely Brahmikrita, one of the formulation. So we started this study with Brahmikrita. Then the control was plain ghee, because in case of Ayurveda, base is not inert. Base is also an active player in the movie. So this, only Brahmi, only ghee and placebo. So that's the thing which we did. And we used I call it a wellness dose. That means normally if there is a memory decline, Ayurvedic Vaidya will give it twice a day, 6 grams, but we use only once a day. And we want to keep it wellness intervention. So we don't tell people that a lot of do's and don'ts and all that. We tell them take one in the morning, Brahmi ghee or Brahmi extract, and after that you can carry on with your own routine. So that's how, I think that's another thing which we need to do when we are talking about wellness. If we give a long protocol, maybe it's difficult to do it every day, and we want people to do it every day. So that's the reason we did this way. So now let's see whether you can be a participant in our trial or not. So our study or not this is the question. So everybody, little bit difference. So everybody please look at this picture. I'm going to ask a question about this. Yeah, 10 seconds. Which ones of these were in the first picture? Which of these pictures were in the first picture? Huh? See? E? Yeah. B and E. See? Looks so simple, right? Looks so simple, but it is not. And it is. So these are the kind of simple things which we do during our cognitive tests. So the person also can enjoy. There will be a word list, there will be a story which we will narrate, and after 20 minutes we will ask, so what was there in that story? So it's so we have to do these simple things, and that gives us a lot of information about, the data is quite dense, but what happens is that we also give such kind of things. Like, what time is it? In the clock, 2:30. So if we just ask people to draw a clock, first of all, this generation is so used to of looking at digital time, but draw a clock, place the numbers and draw 2:30 time in that clock. Normally, most of the people can do it. But as people start aging, 50 plus, the speed reduces. It will take longer. And then if the things are not as good as they should be, then that's what happens in mild cognitive impairment or early Alzheimer's disease. People start misplacing the numbers and the time might get flipped. It's kind of flipped. So these kind of things. And in AD, if they have Alzheimer's disease or dementia, it's worse. But we have seen that we can increase the speed when the person is normal. They can do the things faster if they are taking on Brahmi or they are on Brahmikrita. If they are in MCI category, they definitely switch very close to normal. So those are the places where we have a lot of scope. Yeah. So that's what we are being involved in. Yeah, so what happens then? So if we have, it was very nice to see that we had people in two groups, 25 to 55, with whom we call younger adults, and 55 to 85, who we call older adults. So we saw, so I was coming, however I tried to be, we thought that Brahmi Grita is a better formulation, it's given in Ayurveda, but we wanted to do an unbiased study, so it was an assessor blinded study. So assessor blinded means it's very, why I want to bring this point is that it's very difficult to do double blinded placebo controlled trials many times in our Indian system of medicine. Imagine something like meditation and yoga. What blinding will you do? Is it, or even for ghee. A person is eating ghee, the person will know that person is eating ghee, right? We all Indians know the taste of many things. So I don't think we need to follow the protocols of double-blinded, placebo-controlled trial and all that, but we need to be unbiased. So the assessor, the person who's doing the cognitive test was blinded for what the person is taking, the individual whose participant is taking. So we saw that the earlier age groups, we thought Brahmi is not working because the cognition was already very high and the Brahmi effect was not, that won't be. But believe me that the younger population had more of sleep and stress problems, unfortunately, than the older population. And plain Brahmi, which is Bacomine, actually helped them to get better quality of sleep and get less of stress. So that's what we saw. But you can see on in the rightmost column, the aging population, the 55 and above, actually showed lot of benefits of Brahmi as ghee, in the ghee formulation, as with the ghee as base. And that's what we have been again and again seeing. What is given in Ayurveda? Ghee is medhya, first of all. Secondly, it is given that any degenerative condition, the fat base will be useful. And that's a very unique proposition from Indian system of medicine. Siddha, Ayurveda, and I don't know much about Unani, whether Unani offers such, but I definitely know Siddha and Ayurveda has this. And we can see that same thing we can see in this results of clinical trials. Now one can say that we need more data. Denser the data, better it is, right? So from MRI, what can we see? We have two types of cells in the brain. Anybody knows what two types of cells we have in the brain? We have two types of cells in the brain. One is neurons. Other? Anybody knows? I just want at least you to get thinking. Other is something called as glia, which supports neurons for its function. It's called glia. The word comes from glue, and then it supports the neurons to function well. But what we see is Neurons are okay, but as the person is aging, the glia starts giving up. There is more inflammation even in the brain, and the choline level in the first graph you see, the choline level increases, which is indicating that the glia, there is some problem in the brain, mainly mostly with glia, and myoinositol also increases. We saw with Brahmi ghee, just 3 months of Brahmi Ghita, the choline came down, the stress in the brain came down. So that's what we have been seeing repeatedly, that at multiple levels we can see that the Brahmi Grita is being useful. Same thing we see with functional MRI, there are networks, and we see that with Brahmi there is advantage in two networks. The two networks become more robust if the person is taking Brahmi ghee. So, but then the question comes that the ghee will increase my cholesterol, triglycerides, but that doesn't happen with Brahmi Ghita. Brahmi Ghita does not increase unfavorably, does not affect the lipid profile unfavorably. And we have more than 200 people taking Brahmi Ghita, so we know that this is consistently we have seen. Either it will keep it normal, same, or it will reduce. And so that's what we have been seeing, the cholesterol and the triglycerides. So that's what we have been seeing repeatedly. And one other interesting fact. So when you do research with open mind, you see once you collect enough amount of data, you start seeing a lot of patterns. One of such interesting pattern which we saw from our research was this, and we have published this already, that people who have diabetes, even if it is under control, even if they are on medication, their cognition is lesser than people who do not have diabetes. So a person who has diabetes, who is 40 years, I'm just giving you just to drive the point, I'm giving you these numbers. Who is 40 years, the cognition will be like person of 60 years. So that's how glucose metabolism affects your systems in the body. So now we have talked about cognition. I showed you that they can do puzzles better, they can remember the stories better if they are taking ghee. But how do I know the anti-aging effect of it? Because there are more and more number of data that results which show that if you are aging healthily, then the cognition also is good, the movements are good, the nervous system is good. That's the reason why we then go to the lab, which is my forte. I'm a biologist, so going back to the lab is always very nice, and we see that there are levels at multiple levels you see the similar effects. So what do we do instead of, so if I have to look at the anti-aging effect of Brahmi Ghita, I have to do 70 years experiment, right, with human beings. At least 70 years I need to follow. Who will give me the grant for doing the experiment for 70 years? And how many people will I be able to follow for 70 years? I cannot do that. But I have my friends in the lab, which are flies, worms, rats, mice. They will follow what we have to tell them, and their lifespan is it's very short. So we can actually very intelligently look at the same formulations which we have seen the clinical effects, and then use them in the lab to look at the deeper molecular and cellular understanding. What kind of questions can we ask? So for brain, Ayurveda says, for cognition, Ayurveda says Brahmi or Mandukaparni. For peripheral nervous system, it says, first it says Brahmi or Mandukaparni in ghee. The ghee is the base. Otherwise, for the motor health or the peripheral nervous system, it says Bala with milk and oil. So the base is different, the herb is different. Now all the permutation combinations, if we have to do, we have to set many experiments and do it, and that's what we do. And there is another herb called as Vacha, Acorus calamus, which is also good for brain. But in case like stroke, epilepsy, which are functional disorders. So Ayurveda has a very clear-cut understanding. Something which is degenerative, you give the top three. That means Brahmi, Mandukaparni, Bala, with the base of either ghee or oil and milk. But something which is functional disorder, that time you give a sharp drug like Vacha. So it's such a very, very beautiful understanding. And if we learn the biology or the biochemistry and biophysics behind it, I think we can propose these as wellness solutions to the world. So that's what we are trying to do. And the other medicines also we are studying, but other herbs also we are studying, which are good for, supposed to be doing particular job in the nervous system. So what do I use in the lab? We don't even use mice and rats. They are also too big. We use an organism called Caenorhabditis elegans, which lives only 21 days. So my experiment is over in 21 days, unlike 70 years, and not 70 years. So why we use this organism? You can see the Nobel Prize for the first aging pathway and aging gene was found in this organism. And the way the worm ages, it looks very different, but the genes which are responsible for aging and the nervous system function of the worm are very similar to what we have in human beings. 60 to 70% genome similarity at the functional level. That means 60 to 70% of the genes which function in a particular way in the worm, similarly they function in us. So we know that, like say Parkinson's, we know dopaminergic neuron, dopamine is responsible for movement. I will show you the data further. In the worms also, that's the same. The worm has 1,000 cells. 1,000 cell makes a worm. 309 are neurons. And every neuron, you can see the bottom figure. Every neuron is known in the worm, how it connects. So we have, in short, what am I trying to say is we have lot of information about the system. Unlike we are a very complicated organism. We cannot be understood very easily, but we can understand these small organisms easily. And also that I can do experiments which Ayurveda says. What does Ayurveda say? Rasayana treatment in middle age or young age will give you benefits in the old age. Now I can feed only the tiny little worm, and I can stop feeding them Brahmigrita later and see at the old age. Or I can feed the worm in the middle age and look at the old age. So various types of experiments can be done, and lot of information can be gathered. And we do these kind of experiments. We have the central understanding from biology that there is a lot of molecular damage happening during aging. There is energy dysregulation happening during aging. That's why the glial, which I explained to you, glia give up. That's why there can be neurodegeneration. And that we are looking at Shurota Shodak, the sharp pungent drugs, or vegetables and fruits which are given in Ayurveda as Agni Vardhak or Shurota Shodak. Can we use that? And a very unique concept from Ayurveda and biology says that if your system is very well adapted, if the adaptation is good, then all these things which are happening during aging will be slowed down, will not affect you in bad way. So Ayurveda has the concept of poshana, and I think that's where the milk and the oil and ghee falls under. That if we are consuming certain types of material continuously for a long time, then that makes our system resilient. This word resilient is very important because that means that you're not correcting the stress. It's not anti-stress. You will not feel the stress. Do you see the difference between you will not feel the stress? Even if the same thing is there, you will not feel it. The stress will be there. There will be a lot of work, but you will be able to handle it much more efficiently, and you will not feel stress. That's why I need to take something. I need to have a cup of coffee to relieve my stress. That's not the thing. You will not feel the stress. So that is what is resilience. And Ayurveda offers these unique propositions that you will build resilience. You will be much healthier that way. So this is what we see, the same Brahmi Gruta which we give to the people from the community. We fed the worms. They don't have a choice. They are in the plates and they eat whatever we want them to eat. So most of the time. So we see that the same Brahmi Gruta which improved memory and cognition in human being, improved the lifespan of the worm. And not very little, quite a lot. 30-40% increase in lifespan. The ghee, plain ghee also did half of the job. So the ghee is very important. It's an active player. Brahmi and other herbs make it better. And we could see that happens even in case of Kshiravalla, another formulation. We can see that they are not just living longer, they are also healthier. They can move better for longer time. They can do all the activities for the longer time. That means their health span is much better, and while the lifespan is increasing. And we saw the similar kind of thing in mice. So you will see that the worms are much lower organisms, and we want to see the first results in the worm like system, then take it to the mammalian system, and we see that the 2 months old mice versus 6 months old mice and the 12 months old mice, and they are, so 12 months old is really old, 2 months old is very young, and 6 months is a middle age mouse. So you can see that if you make them hang on the wire, the 2 months old will not have any problem. They will hang for a very long time. They will climb the wire and get off also. But as they grow old, 12 months old do have a problem. And in case of 6 months and 12 months, in both the cases, we see lot of benefit. That means in absence of a disease, the mouse is not diseased. It is the normal mouse. But even in absence of the disease, Ksheerabala in this case is helping to make the health better, make the mouse more resilient. So this is what we see, and we see this at the, as Bala was saying, we see it at the behavior or the phenotype level. We also see it at the genotype level. That means the muscle building genes are higher, muscle degenerating genes are lower in these treatments. That's what I'm trying to make a point, is that it is makes the system more resilient, makes the system more robust. So same thing, I'll go fast. You can see the brain of the 12-month-old mouse looks like this. On the right hand side, what you see, you will see a lot of gaps. You are seeing a lot of gaps in the brain tissue, but with Ksheerabala, we don't see like that. So you can see the difference between this one, the gaps on the right hand panel, and with Ksheerabala it does not happen like that. And we have been seeing this. The base is also very active. The base of Ksheerabala also does the job almost equally well. And so these are certain points which we have learned over time, and we can do that, go on doing that. Now we are looking at aging, then we look at the disease, and if the worm gets Parkinson's disease like human beings can get, we can also look at that. So normal worm will look like that, the move like that. The worm which has Parkinson's disease, again there is lack the dopaminergic neurons, same neurons which degenerate in a Parkinson's patient, same neurons if degenerated in the worm. You can see that these are on the left hand side on the top, what you see are the dopaminergic neurons. If they degenerate, this is what happens in the worm. Normally moving worm, if the dopaminergic neurons degenerate, they have problem in movement. They have problem in eating, similar gulping, same kind of things which we see. That the point which I want to say here is that we can use them very intelligently as a model organism to design the experiments for disease and health both. So same way, this is so at the end, to summarize what I want to say to you is that we can design the experiments by talking to Ayurvedic experts, talking to Vaidya, looking at the practice, and do the experiment, go back to them, talk to them again, show them your data, and if you get an opportunity like I have got today, you present it in front of our audience, learn from them, and this process has to go on continuously. So what I say is, this is the team, doctors, Ayurveda doctors, cognitive neuroscientists, biologists, and so many people. Then only it can happen if the transdisciplinary team is there. And the last slide is that this is what we want to do. What do we want to do? Some pieces will come from Ayurveda concepts, some pieces will come from Ayurveda practice, some pieces might come from the kind of studies we are doing, kind of study Bala is doing, some pieces will come from the public health domain, and all of that put together, the picture will emerge. And can you see the in between, the one picture, the third picture, what is that picture next to the Alice in the Wonderland? Any guess what is that picture? The second from the right? A girl? Mona Lisa? Kind of a girl, right? Second from the right? So how do we know that's a girl? The eyes are missing, right? Nose is also missing, but we very well know that's a girl, right? Picture of a girl. Because we should not be so hell-bent upon getting every piece right. We have to understand that we have to get certain pieces, 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 we have We have to put them together and the picture will emerge. We will understand what the picture is. We have to do some informed extrapolation and then the picture can be guessed. We can definitely understand what is happening. So it will be futile exercise if we say that only once only once I get all the pieces, I will decide what that picture is. Our brain is good enough that we can actually think through, and then from the information which is coming from science and practice, we can put it together and derive our own inference by doing extrapolations, informed extrapolations. So that's what Ayurveda says, Yukti. Pavanji, Yukti, I don't know what it is called, but I think Yukti is the word which Ayurveda says. We have to apply that. And that's why the AI won't replace Vaidya. That's for sure. So we have to use AI. I also felt that initially that even the scientists will lose their jobs, but I don't feel so, because there is a lot to do and a lot of good information can be generated and can be offered to the community. So thank you once again for your patient listening. All of you are welcome to visit TDU. It's a very good campus. Do come and do tell us what you feel. Any comments, suggestions are open. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful insights and for generously sharing your knowledge. I'd like to welcome Dr. Pavan Kumar, chairperson of this session, and invite him to offer his expert insights and observation on this topic.
No questions for her?
If anyone is curious about any topic or any doubts on this session, you can kindly ask your questions.
Any questions? You have? So ask, please. Mic for Dr. Bala, please.
Mike?
Yes.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yes. I didn't. What does it say? Please.
Yes. So as you saw in the team, there are 2 doctors, Ayurveda doctors in the team, and that's precisely what I got when we discussed this. That's what we got, that the proportion of the Brahmi Grita which we have made, is 1 gram of portion of Brahmi Kalka, 4 portions of ghee, and 16 portions of swaras. So you can imagine how much of bitter things we have. It also has Trivrit, it also has Vacha, little bit, and Shankapushpi. So all this is there, which is actually making the digestibility of the ghee very high. So that's why even if we see in the plain ghee, we get varied results. The plain ghee is the standard error is very high. Not that everybody who eats plain ghee can get lower cholesterol, but with Brahmi ghee, with bitterness being there in such a high quantity, I think that's what makes the effect of the ghee, changes the effect of the ghee also. Ghee changes effect of Brahmi changes effect of the ghee. It lowers the LDL and it actually increases the HDL little bit. So that does happen. But none of these values were statistically significant, but it is just the trend which we see. In some people, actually, it goes down quite a bit. So, yes. It's a Caenorhabditis elegans is normally called as roundworm. It's a very well-known model in biology. Like we have Drosophila, you might have heard of Drosophila, the fruit fly, mice and rats. Like that, it's a very common name. And we have the genetic centers from where we get. And we have the good worm scientist community in India also. In Chennai also there are many. So that's one advantage. Again, thanks for bringing that up. We have a lot of resources. We have worms which are expressing Alzheimer's protein. We have worms which live 2 times longer. And we have worms which live half the lifespan. So we have many things which we can understand using the biological nature of that particular strain. It's called Caenorhabditis elegans. It's a soil-borne nematode, non-pathogenic. So it's a safe.
In centers we can get it, that one.
Yeah. It's not difficult to grow the worms, but if somebody is interested, they can come to our lab anytime, and our lab works on it. So, and we have some in Chennai also.
How you are feeded that a Brahmic rhythm to that C. elegans worms?
So the worms are grown in Petri plate, and they normally eat bacteria. So we mix the ghee with bacteria, and they eat that with bacteria.
Thank you.
How the intellectual and cognitive functions were measured in worm skin?
Worms are definitely not as intelligent as we are, and that's a good thing actually. Otherwise, we cannot do experiments with worms. But they have memory.
Okay.
So what happens, jokes apart, but what happens is that as they grow in the soil and they don't have eyes, so whatever they want to eat food, they smell it well and then go towards the food. So their sense of smell is very good. The chemo sensation we call it. And then they remember that this smell means this. This smell means danger, bad bacteria. This smell means good bacteria. And we can use that as a associative memory. You know the associative memory?
Yes.
The associative memory we can check in the worms. And majorly other things are their sense of smell also will go down with age. So all that we can measure. At the behavioral level, at the genes level also. We know which are the genes responsible for this. So we can do that.
That is, after the study, that is intervention of Brahmic rhythm, the worms we used for intervention can be go for phenotyping and identification of the genes materials. From that we can conclude.
Yes.
Like that, ma'am?
Yes. So we can look at the phenotype, we can look at the gene expression, and then we can also look at the protein expression. So we can do various things.
Thank you, ma'am. Highly informative session.
Thank you.
Knowledge provoking and having a research initiation through the young generations. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
I have a strong temptation to subscribe your statement as the concluding remarks, because it was indeed a very enlightening session. Thank you very much, ma'am. I thought that I was reading paper in JIM, which is your, I acknowledge TDU to TDU collaboration in that publication also. So very interesting thing. And Balaji, that worm intelligence, natural worm intelligence is akin to artificial intelligence. So good things. There are so many areas, but take home message for all of us, like an old man like me, is that shift to Brahmi Grit. So not go. So do that. Thank you very much. I will not take too much time and hand over the mic to Dr. Srinivasanji from NIN. Two nutritionists.
Yeah, it was very nice talk, madam. As well, even I too don't know much of the information. Actually, I learned from your talk. But only thing is, actually, we have many recipes are available at country level, which needs to fulfill, and validation is required. Even though I don't know, actually, the experiments which you have done was very nice results which you mentioned. But I don't know the recipes which you fed with animals are validated or not. That is my personal thing, I don't know. But anyhow, the information is very nice. Such kind of these things, when compared to the modern medicine, Ayurveda medicine nowadays, Pawan sir already has emphasized regarding the importance of Ayurveda medicine, as well the Honorable Prime Minister. Sir is also, wherever he is going, he is particularly emphasizing the importance of Ayurveda medicines. We need to come up, especially the youngsters who are sitting in this hall, they need to take as a challenge to overcome all these things and the gaps which we are finding at community level using this Ayurveda medicines. Thank you very much, madam, for your valuable suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwini, for having patiently answered each and every question, Dr. Pavan Kumar for the laugh that you added to the session, and Dr. Srinivasa Rao for your insights. So now we would like to invite Dr. Raman Ranjan to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Ashwini Godbole, and present the certificate and memento.
As we conclude the third scientific session, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Ashwini Godbole, Dr. Pavan Kumar, Dr. Srinivasa Rao, and Dr. Raman Ranjan. Before we proceed with our next scientific session, we welcome our culturals jury, Ms. Asmita Singh, on stage and request Ms. Pragya Srivarma to felicitate her. Thank you for your presence, ma'am. We request you to join the culturals programs.
So now let us move on to the fourth scientific session. We are delighted to invite Dr. Srinivasa Rao as the speaker for the fourth session, convened by Dr. Namrita Kulshrestha and as the chairperson, and Dr. Veronique Nicolai as the co-chairperson.
Rao actively contributes to national and international expert committees and has published extensively in reputed scientific forums. It would be an honor to be part of your wisdom, sir. The stage is yours.
Introduction. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. And Vanakkam, good evening. So since morning, I think we are overloaded, I know. But when compared to the previous talks, my presentation is little bit different because you people who are sitting in this hall are expertise in terms of promoting the Ayurvedic activities. I am basically a nutrition scientist working at National Institute of Nutrition under Health Ministry Government of India. So my research especially emphasizing on the reasons behind malnutritional issues in the downtrodden communities. Is it possible to overcome these malnutritional issues using available recipes in the form of indigenous foods? Of course, the Ayurvedic recipes are also one of the aspects. So my special request is the youngsters who are sitting in this hall, you please I will take you in coming 10 to 15 minutes. I will not take much of your time also. My slides actually will give you a proper overview of the Indian malnutrition scenario, how the country people are severely suffering with malnutrition, though we have already the lots of resources to emphasize and to meet these malnutritional gaps at country level even after 8 decades of the independence India. That's what actually I choose this topic. At the outset, I am very much grateful to the organizers who invited me here, and I am presenting here. The environment is very beautiful. So because we are presenting somewhere, wherever we are traveling and all this, that is the closed halls actually. Here, actually, we are feeling very happy things that I would like to share my presentation with you in coming slides. Thank you once again, and just you please bear me just for 30 minutes. I will take to you into the next concentration. As my title itself, it is showing, excuse me, where is the pointer? Madam, do you know where is the pointer? No, here it is there, I think. No, yeah. Yeah, so my title itself, it is showing the food safety and malnutrition sustainability, future perspectives in India. Just we go one by one. I am sorry because I am not, as I already mentioned that I am not expertise in the Ayurveda, but even though I try my best to prepare a couple of slides to talk about Ayurveda, so that's what, because after I heard many talks since from the beginning, from the morning today, I decided that I would like to skip these 2 slides. Better I should not supposed to talk about the Ayurveda because I don't know anything ABCDs in the Ayurveda. Yeah, as well, this slide also I would like to skip, yeah. See now, as we know that India is a diversified country which is close to more than 150 crore of the population with different diversified zones, geographical activities and cultural activities are different from state to state. Even within the state, district to district are also lots of variations are there among the food practices, especially as I told you, I am the person who is working on food. The country is a long tradition of vegetarianism. That was one of the reasons since many decades which our people are severely suffering with malnutritional disorders. Of course, nowadays many recipes including the Ayurveda has been available into the community and the mainstream, which the malnutrition issues are slowly declining as per the World Health Organizations. So region-wise, if we could consider the country north, south, west and east, so the state-wise variations of nutritional activities among the people are differ. The dietary practices are greatly based on geographic culture, as I mentioned, climate and availability of the ingredients, especially the indigenous foods who are attending and collecting from the deep forest areas, which shown in our studies, the National Institute of Nutrition, where I am working, our studies has been shown that the food substances which are gathering from the forest and forest fields are shown much favorable levels of essential molecules, that means essential nutrients. What presently the country is suffering with the anemia and other non-communicable diseases, including when compared to the communicable diseases. However, the common plant-based foods, such as, of course, lentils, legumes, vegetables, grains, fruits, which they have already shown majority of the phytochemical activities. As we know that, when we are discussing about the malnutrition, especially the upcoming generation of under 5 children and under 9, as well the adolescent population of age groups from 10 to 18, which they are especially under 5 are suffering with stunting, wasted, and the underweight. As well, the overweight is also one of the significant problem which the country is facing. Since 3 years back, once if you see the UNICEF data about the Indian population of overnutrition children under 5, it was shown that only 2.7%. But as on day, the data has gone up to 3.9% within the duration of just 2 to 2.3 years. So among that, micronutrient malnutrition is playing an important role, which is targeting towards the essential nutrients, especially essential molecules like iron, calcium, zinc, which are promoting more than 100 enzymes in the metabolic mimicking system where the people are working at country level. So in addition of that, overweight is also one of the alarming system in the country, which many promoting the non-communicable diseases. So I'm sorry for the business slide. This paper was published in 2017 in the Lancet. So according to that, if you could see the left side, all micronutrient molecules which are playing an important role to maintain the good health in all the populations. The iodine deficiency at global level, if you could see, as of now, more than 2 billion population are at risk. Iodine deficiency. So long back actually, the NIN has already developed double fortified salts, which is properly still not reaching to the community level. And iron deficiency, as we know already, it is also close to 2 billion people at global level are already risk. Zinc also estimated high in the developing countries, especially including India. Then followed by vitamin A, I'm sorry to say that here. Again, India is the country standing at rank number 2 in terms of promoting all food grains, including green leafy vegetables. But the vitamin A deficiency is still already giving alarming things, especially into the states of Madhya Pradesh and other states, then followed by all the water-soluble nutrients, including folate. Though government is coming with such kind of the policies like iron folic acid supplementation policies and midday meal policies through PM Poshan Abhiyan and ICDS policies, many programs has been launched by the government in the long back, I mean 3-4 decades back, but still the gap has been still continuing into the main procedure. So the NIN where I am working, we have already mandates which are giving directions to the country in terms of promoting the high quality evidence based activities to address public health nutrition and whatever the challenges in terms to meet through the epidemiological and implementation research policies, giving directions to the government, database nutritive values of Indian foods. So actually the Indian food database has been generated by NIN in 2017 with more than 500 foods. But still we have only, the nutrition data is available on raw foods only. When we are compiling and considering the disease burden calculation after, still we are considering on the raw food database of the nutritional activities rather than the cooked food, because our food practices, as I already mentioned that our food practices from state to state or region to region are different. And recently actually we have been taken one pan-India study supported by the Health Ministry Government of India, and we covered already almost 35 states including the Union Territories, and we collected the data, cooked food databases along with the biological data also. Soon we are going to be releasing the nutritional database even from the cooked food is also, as the developed nations which they have already the cooked food data also. And the other activities like we are giving the RDA, recommended dietary allowances, and EAR, everything, the data which we have already given, and developing human resources along with capacity buildings and training in the nutrition, disseminating evidence-based nutrition knowledge in the community. So I would like to give you a brief description about how the malnutrition globally and India-wise is giving and playing an important role. So, can I have the pointer, Mahia? Excuse me. Where is the pointer? Pointer. It's not okay? Okay, right. So the stunting population is showing the yellow color as well as the wasting population and overweight population. I think you might have the sense that every country in the world is affected by one or more forms of the malnutrition. When compared to the India, even the other developing countries, including in the Asian continents, they are taking much preventive activities in terms of reduction of the non-communicable diseases using the nutritional programs at country level. I don't know, madam, which one? This one? Oh, sorry. But it is not showing. Of course, we need not to discuss about the stunting. It refers to short for his or her health. These children can suffer severe irreversible physical and cognitive damages. So country-wise, if you could see globally, the India, whatever the red color is showing, it is very overburdened, very high. The stunting children under 5 in India is also very high when compared to the other countries. And coming to the wasted children under 5 also is of course very high, which is showing more than 15% at country level. And the overweight population is moderately showing in India. The population growth is from 2.5 to close to 5%, as I mentioned, but this growth actually is just during 2 to 3 years. Earlier, as I mentioned already, before 3 years back, once if you could consider the UNICEF and WHO data, so the population under 5 children, under 5 years of age children, the overweight population in India is only 2.7, but now already it's close to 3.9 or 4.2. India is also, in soon we are facing lots of the problem. And the global view of children with malnutrition, when compared to Africa and Asian continents, so our contribution is close to more than 50% in the malnutrition children. The Africa is also close to 43. The developed countries' population, it has been already coming down. And globally, more than half of the people in the world affected by hunger in 2021 are only from the Asian continent. As well, more than 1/3 is from Africa. So these are some of the projections. Okay, just to forget about, this is the scenario of global world, how the countries are severely affected with the malnutrition issues. But if you could consider by 2050, world is going to be facing with large scale of the estimated population more than 9 billion on earth. So, but among these, according to the WHO, foodborne and waterborne diseases are playing an important role, which though we have already how to eliminate these activities, and they are estimated from 2.2 to more than such kind of the number of billion population annually are dying. Apart from that, 1.9 billion of them are children. This is again the alarming situation which we need to think. So the reason is unsafe food causes as well, they contribute many diseases. Apart from that, the non-communicable diseases, especially from the essential molecules deficiency, especially the iron and other substances. As I mentioned already, micronutrient malnutrition deficiencies, which leads to iron deficiency, vitamin A deficiency, and other water-soluble deficiencies. So here the more important situation here is, when compared to the malnutrition situations globally, the Indian malnutrition situation is very complex when compared to the other global diseases. Be it here, in one household itself, there can be both stunted children from undernutrition with mothers who are overweight from overnutrition. So such kind of the activities have been already observing in India. As we know that actually we are facing malnutrition problems, especially the malnutrition earlier definition, it goes to undernutrition, which is considering under the deficiencies as well as imbalanced diet, considering vitamin A, iodine, zinc, and folic acid, vitamin B12, something else. But now, again, the overnutrition is also one of the burden which the developing countries, including India, is going to be facing a problem. In the overnutrition problems, again, obesity, overweight, these two causes especially going to be leading to increase the non-communicable disease percentage, especially the cardiovascular diseases, hypertension, and the other activities. See, this is the global hunger index score in the country. So once if you could see, since from 2000 to 2025, the India ranks in 2025 according to the global hunger index is 102 rank out of 123 countries with the score of 25.8. So these figures especially emphasizing at country level, even as on day, more than 16% of the population are living below poverty line, which they are unable to meet even single meal per day, though we have already the many policies which I have already emphasizes. So this is the situation now. And the other problem is, as I already mentioned, country is the second largest producer of all food grains, including the green leaf vegetables and the things. But there is a still gap which we need to reach to the community to overcome all these malnutritional issues. Again, underweight. It is very, of course, in the coming decades, actually 1 or 2 decades, there is an impressive reduction in stunting only, rather than wasting and overweight. Just in stunting, if you could see the data, little bit impressive progress is there when compared to the wasted and the underweight children. But this risk especially continuously going to the adolescent girls, women and the children population, especially the social and economically deprived communities. Social and economically deprived communities, though we have already many programs has been designed by the government, which they are unable to implement at community level. According to the United Nations Population Fund Agency, the reason behind this undernutrition problem in India is more than 50% of the rural girls, they are married before they turn 18 by the violation of law because of the education or some other issues also. That was the reason. So because of this reason, more than 30% of the children are born with low birth weight. And from this, again, 7 billion are potentially wasted and stunted children annually. The India is facing the malnutrition issues at a community level. So as you know already, you are all experts here, WHO as well the UNICEF, according to the Sustainable Development Goals as well, the 13 strategic goals has been given by the WHO as well as the UNICEF. According to them, by the end of 2030, almost all the countries, at either the developing nations or the underdeveloped nations, including the developed nations, the malnutrition problems, whatever so-called we have seen already, the percentage, especially the under 5 children of wasted, stunted and overweight, the figures must have to come down into the single digits. So if you could see our figures, especially in my next slides, if you could see, this is the anemia prevalence. If you could see the National Family Health Survey from 2 to NFHS 5, including all age group populations, the percentage of anemia has been increasing in all age group of the population. Of course, actually there is a gap, again huge gap. We have such a beautiful policies being designed by the government of India. But why they are properly not implementing it, community level is the question. Of course, to implement such kind of the initiatives at community level, the youngsters supposed to take initiatives and to educate the people, as our Honorable Prime Minister always emphasizing wherever he is going. And the other end, India is now also the youngest India, which more than 35 crore of the people are the below age of 35 years. Of course, if we cannot take proper initiatives to moderate such kind of the activities, as we know that now, right now, the Japan is facing a biggest problem with geriatric population. In coming 2 decades, actually, if we cannot take proper initiatives, of course, we may be also face such kind of the problems. See, the micronutrient, this is also again the impressive slide here. The micronutrient deficiency, children in India, if you could see here, anemia again, as I mentioned already, with different age group populations. So decade to decade, rather than coming down the percentage of anemia at community level, it has been increasing the percentage, though we have already policies. That's what, my dear youngsters, we need to seriously think about this problem. And the ferritin deficiency, of course, whenever we are discussing about the anemia, always we are considering it about whether the hemoglobin is increasing or not. So in this context, actually, I have been working with the CCRA's Ayush Ministry on a couple of projects. I think in my coming slides, I will show you the importance of those slides also. And the folate deficiency also you see here. Vitamin B12 deficiency, vitamin A deficiency, as I already mentioned, and D deficiency, though we have such a beautiful environment, even every day, half an hour, 20 minutes to 30 minutes, if we can able to sensitize the sunlight, we can easily eradicate this vitamin D deficiency. But rather than that, we are always depending on the capsules suggested by the doctors. As well, the zinc deficiency is also more in the government. So right now, presently the country is severely suffering with triple burden of the diseases. According to the research, what they are telling is, one is the macronutrient malnutrition, which includes protein energy malnutrition. As I mentioned already, India is most vegetarian country. Of course, nowadays actually many supplements are also available, including the Ayurvedic supplements. So from this again, the clinical protein energy malnutrition and subclinical protein energy malnutrition. The second important one, which everybody needs to emphasize and take an initiative, is micronutrient deficiency. Though we have already all the facilities that we need to eradicate this problem. So among this, vitamin A, iodine deficiency, iron deficiency, zinc deficiency, and the other mineral deficiencies. And the last and the most important is diet-related chronic diseases, especially overweight and obesity in the community. Overweight and obesity in the community, type 2 diabetes, as well the cardiovascular diseases are also playing important role. Of course, the health status, I think you are the better people to know about this health status when compared to me. The life expectancy is 71 years. Recently, it has been changed from 69 to 71. Then crude death rate at community level is 7.3 per 1,000 population. And maternal mortality ratio is 174 out of 100,000 live births. Instant mortality rate is 38 per 1,000 again live births. Under 5 mortality rate is 48 per 1,000 live births. As well, the children's stunting rate, though it has come down during just 2 decades, but still it is also giving an alarming condition which needs to take a call from the Indian population. And the life expectancy, if you could see, when compared to the India, of course, sorry, I was not changed here. So when compared to the India, the nutritional programs has been beautifully maintained by the other underdeveloped countries like Bhutan, Nepal, Bangladesh, even Sri Lanka also. The nutritional policies, they are beautifully maintaining when compared to the Indian scenario. So the other end, more than 15% of the WHO, UNICEF, FAO, every organizations, including our national organizations, they are projecting that India is the country which more than 15% of the population are still severely suffering with hunger index because of they are unable to attend even single meal per day. So coming to the food wastage at country level, if you could see, food wastage at country level. So the totally yearly wastage is 68 million tons of the cooked food is being wasted. As well, at home level 61%, and restaurants 26%, parties 13%. The individual and average wastage, including we people, what we are wasting the food is 55 kgs annually per person. And according to the financial status, if you could see, this is country level, and high income group people, 90 kg per person per annually we are wasting, and in middle income group is 68 kgs, low income group is 63 kgs. As I already mentioned that our rank in the production of food grains is second next to the China. But we are unable to meet whatever the people require essential quantity of food to sustain their hunger activities and to meet the sustainable development goals. So the other end, the developed countries has been already developed the street foods. For example, the country like America. In 2004, the American Parliament has come up with a resolution. In their parliament, they have come up with a resolution saying that if you want to become the citizen of America, your plate must have to fill more than 40% with healthy food, especially the green leafy vegetables and vegetables. Then the every citizen, after that statement has come up from the Parliament of America, the every citizen felt that their responsibility and they are maintaining the strategy to fulfill their plates more than 40% with healthy food. So when compared to the 2 decades back, the data of overweight or the non-communicable diseases, malnutrition issues, now if you could compare the data of America, which it has been coming down, and the other developing countries as well, the underdeveloped countries data is already going up. So these street foods, you see, these are all the examples of a few street foods. But the biggest problem here is the developing countries as well the underdeveloped countries, majority of the people are attending these street foods which have been already managed by the unorganized sector. They are not properly managing the hygienic conditions and not maintaining the proper oils. They don't know actually the practices depending on during the preparation actually what kind of the practices that they're supposed to use it for the preparation of street foods. That is one of the biggest problem as well the challenging activities in India which we need to address. And as already the madam discussed about the aging people, geriatric population is also one of the problem in the coming decades to India. I already mentioned. So I will not take much time here. Again, the non-communicable diseases. At present, China is the #1 rank in terms of the diabetes. But soon, the projections are telling within 3 to 4 years, already we have been #1 in the population. Of course, in the diabetic also, we are going to be occupying the #1 rank from China. Of course, that is also not a big problem. But apart from that, when we are talking about the diabetic, type 1 and type 2, just I would not like to discuss about that one. I'm not interested. The third one is gestational diabetes mellitus, which more pregnant women in India are severely suffering with gestational diabetic mellitus because of the food habits. So the global data here in gestational diabetic mellitus, it shows that 18 out of every 100 pregnant female will develop gestational diabetic mellitus in India rather than 12 at globally. Of course, it is 1.5% is more when compared to the global data of gestational diabetic mellitus. And CVD and CHDs, coronary vascular diseases as well, the coronary heart diseases and the cardiovascular diseases data, the death rate has been increasing year to year in Indian population. Because of again the food practices, and if you could the CHD and CVD death rates yet globally are only 235 for 100,000 population. Rather than this 235, the India death rate is 272 for 100,000 population. And world trends, if you could see the increasing percentage of the CHD and CVD cases from 1990 to 2020, the India CHD and CVD cases is increasing percentage is almost double when compared to the China and other economically developed countries. This is also one of the alarming condition. Then tuberculosis, as we know that the India's contribution is 21% to the globe. Tuberculosis, this is not much difficult disease which we can able to easily address when we are attending proper a diet as well. The cancer is also the same thing, especially the Indian population. Even my lab actually we published 3-4 papers on the food substances related to the cancer. Actually, we found that the main reason, especially the Hyderabad region, food substances are whatever the foods we are consuming from Hyderabad, we found that the heavy metal concentration as well the pesticide concentration, especially among the heavy metals, sir, the arsenic is more predominant, which is available in the 2 form of arsenic 3 and arsenic 5. Arsenic 3 is inorganic form, which is predominant in the green leaf vegetables and the seafoods also available in the Hyderabad. Such kind of the data is also very narrow down data is available at country level that we need to work it out. And the CKD problem is also one of the severe issue. Okay. So what actually the healthy men and healthy women supposed to take the meal according to the recommended dietary allowances? As you know that ours is the National Nutrition Organization. We have been coming up with this data every 10 years. One recently 2020 actually we came up with the RDA and RDI expectations. In adult men, you see actually how the energy gap is being maintaining into the country. In adult men, if he is a healthy person with 60 kg weight, he is supposed to attend 2,700 kilocalories per day. 2,700 kilocalories per day. Rather than that, he is attending only 2,000 kilocalories. This is the 730 kilocalories gap. then how we can expect the good health when mimicking with the metabolic conditions and all these things? As well, the adult woman, if she is 55 kg healthy woman, she is supposed to meet 2200 kilocalories. Rather than that, she is attending only 1700 kilocalories of the energy per day. Like that, if you could see, the pregnant woman, lactating mother, and with different age group of the children are also, everywhere the energy deficiency is there. And these are the proposed requirement of the foodstuffs, except cereals and millets, because we have already the PDS system at country level. Except cereals and millets, rest of all the foodstuffs are deficient. This is the percentage. So only cereals and millets, the recommended dietary intake is only 360 gram per day. Rather than that, 375 we are attending. In addition of that, the pulses and legumes, you see, only 120 gram is recommended, but only 30 grams and average. That all India is 28 only. This is NNMB data, National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau data. And as well, the green leafy vegetables 100 gram recommended, but only 18 gram and average, including the rural data, what we are expecting. Other vegetables, everywhere deficiency is there. So in addition of that, the nutrients requirement, if you could see, the protein, the healthy body requires 54 grams. Rather than that, only 46. Of course, somehow, in one decade, it has been lots of changes to attain the protein gap. And the calcium is 1000 milligrams. Rather than that, 350 milligram only we are attending. Of course, iron 19 milligram was recommended. 10 only we are attending. Vitamin A, thiamine, every molecule, actually every nutrient deficiency is still already existing. Again, I need to emphasize here, except cereals and millets, almost all the pulses, total fat vegetables and green leafy vegetables, only as according to the research and the available literature at global level as well as the country level, less than 40% of energy we supposed to attend from the cereals and millets. But in Indian population, Indian context actually, close to 70% of the energy only we are meeting from the cereals and millets, and rest of them are only 30% is from other things. So as I already told you, so this is my study, which one of my PhD student already has worked. And I need to emphasize here, the Ayurveda products and the indigenous foods has been already playing an important role in terms of eradicating the malnutritional issues here. This is the mahua, which is an indigenous flower available in the deep forest seasonally. From January to April or May only it is available. So by curiosity purpose, actually we brought this mahua into the nutrition laboratory and we characterized the nutritional composition. We found the iron where it is required to the Indian population, zinc, calcium and protein. In addition of that, the absorption efficacy of these essential molecules is depending upon the availability of dietary fibers, especially the soluble dietary fiber, which is also predominantly found in mahua. And we came up with a laddu form, which is recipe. The clinical trials are, preclinical trials are also over, madam. And the clinical trials we have done using this mahua on 3,000 tribal pregnant women. We found already, we found the 3,000 tribal pregnant women with the support of ICDS officers in Telangana government. So we found that their hemoglobin levels has been gone up from 17% to 26%, madam, during just 6 months of the second trimester period itself actually. And we recommended this mahua to the government of Telangana. Now it is being part of the nutrition kit distributed by the Telangana government. Of course, these are the energy values in the mahua. Phenolic contents, everything. This is unpublished data. We are just writing the publication under this one. The phytochemical characteristics, compounds, vitamins, everything we have done already. Preclinical data, clinical data, everything we validated. And interestingly, mineral composition when compared to mineral and vitamin composition, when compared to the foods what we are regularly attending, is seen here more favorable levels than the foods available in this. The other compound is also related to the Ayurveda. This is an open shea fruit, which is predominantly available in the Gujarat. As per the suggestions given by DG sir, CCRAS, actually I took this project and we characterized again all this the nutritional composition. We came up with the powder form as well as the laddu form here also. For this product also, soon we are going to be launching into the market with support of CCRS people. This is also the data of the open share, which has not been published. And the other interesting thing is microgreens, as I think many of you know. Nowadays, it is available only into the metropolitan cities. And these microgreens are also showing much better nutritional compositions when compared to the commonly consumed green leafy vegetables available in the markets. This we can able to do. And human resources, medical wise, you people know very well that I need not to tell. So the lacuna here in the India is, if you could see here, trends, nutrition research outputs and impact factors when compared to China and America. We are somewhere far behind here. The middle column is the India. In terms of publishing the research, and you see the US here from 2000 to 2010, they are giving much priority to promote the nutritional food as well the nutritional activities to improve the health conscious activities into their population. That's what the country, whenever earlier 2 decades back, if you could see the data of WHO from USA and the other developed countries, that time the overweight, obesity and the non-communicable diseases data has gone up like anything. Within these 2 decades, so they have been already reducing and improving their health status while taking the good health. These are the policies actually, I think no need to discuss about the government policies. Universal salt iodization problem of iodine deficiency, iron and folate supplement, IF supplementation, megadose vitamin A problem, food fortification problem, and Prime Minister already every time he is emphasizing. So these are the strategies that we need to take home and we need to implement at community level. Home and school nutrition gardens need to be promoted at community level. That is the basic thing. Unless we have to take a proper initiatives to promote these kind of the strategies at community level, even though many policies being designed by the government, it is not possible to come up and to control this non-communicable diseases. Yes, so far the studies are giving directions to the people. And nutrition sensitive agriculture is also one of the important things that we need to come up. Behavior change communication strategies at community level need to implement. Farming system for nutrition studies, as well the multidisciplinary center for food and the other related activities. In addition of these activities, the other concerns are, when we are talking about the society here, day to day, the rising carbon dioxide could affect grains, especially to decline the essential molecules from the agriculture field. And actually, the temperature rising is also one of the effects, which is not affecting on the yielding of the nutrients. Groundwater level is also affecting because of the pollution and the other contaminants. Of course, this is NIN developed my balanced diet and healthy diet, which everyone supposed to need to take. And after continuation of our Mahova study, the clinical trials on the tribal pregnant women, then the Honorable Governor of Telangana, Madam, has been taken 3 districts, sir, she adopted, and we implemented that program, and which shown that very much improvement of the hemoglobin levels when we distributed this Mahova at community level during that time. Of course, projections, we are taking number of developmental activities in terms of promoting the nutritional activities at community level. Still there is a gap. We need to insist and promote. So, okay, I will complete just 2 minutes, ma'am. Promote actually the recipes which we have already from the Ayurveda also, as I discussed with Pawan sir, because as according to my knowledge, at country level so far we have more than 2,000 Ayurveda recipes are available, but we need to characterize nutritionally and need to bring back into the mainstream, sir. Then only it is possible to eradicate whatever the nutritional gaps and the non-communicable diseases so far we are discussing. It is very much required, sir, actually, unless we have to bring back the available resources, either from Ayurveda or the indigenous resources, it is very much required. as well, of course, many challenges are also there during the financial crisis and everything. It would be there. We need to address all these gaps at a community level. But the nutrition researchers, though they are giving more directions in terms of promoting these kind of activities, still there is a lacuna which we need to fill this gap using the available financial resources as well. The community mobilization is also one of the important aspects that we need to take care. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and for enhancing our understanding in this particular topic. It is our privilege to welcome our respected chairperson for the session, Dr. Namrita Kulshrestha, to provide her insights on the topic.
Yes.
It is my great pleasure to say a few words on Sir's lecture. Actually, in this fourth plenary scientific session, Sir has mentioned a very important and very good topic. Here, he discussed everything very crisp and clear, datas and the status of our country, that how much food we are wasting, how much is required, and in coming future also, what we need. So all these data really helps in making strategies and policies to work on it. Congratulations and thank you very much, sir, for this very nice lecture. Thank you.
Now we'd like to call upon Dr. Sheikh Farid to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Srinivasa Rao, and present with certificate and memento.
The next song.
In appreciation of the role in shaping this session, I again request Dr. Sheikh.
This marks the conclusion of our fourth scientific session. The organizing committee expresses its heartfelt thanks to Dr. Srinivasa Rao, Dr. Namrita Kulshrestha, Dr. Veronique Nicolai, and Dr. Sheikh Farid for their esteemed participation.
As we approach the concluding academic segment of the day, it gives us great pleasure to introduce the final speaker of the day, Dr. Jayakrishna, along with the chairperson, Dr. Sheikh Farid, to share the insights and serve as a meaningful culmination to today's scientific deliberations.
It is our privilege to introduce Dr. Jayakrishnan KT, a distinguished Ayurvedic physician with over 35 years of experience in academics, clinical practice, and administration in Ayurveda. With more than 15 years of international engagement, Dr. Jayakrishnan has played a key role in global standardization of Ayurveda through Ayurvedic Association of Brazil and Council for Ayurvedic Credentialing with programs across USA, Canada, and Europe. Sir is the Group Medical Director of Trayog Ayurveda Hospitals. We invite Dr. Jayakrishnan to kindly take over the session.
soon? 30 minutes? Will have? Okay. Any discussion or questions? Okay. There are Ayurvedic people, that's why I said. Somebody can ask. If there is a question, I will ask. 30 minutes. Hello. Good evening. Representing the Ayurvedic community, I am trying to give a comprehensive view of Ayurveda in front of the public as well as stakeholders of Ayurveda. In the allotted time, I will try to convey my understandings to the public in 15 minutes, and rest of the 15 minutes will be devoted to the Ayurvedic community, especially students, teachers, or whoever is present here. I would like to present Ayurveda in a different way of understanding. Generally, we approach Ayurveda as a medical science because throughout the world, medical science is there, which is a knowledge system conveyed from the Western knowledge. Based on that, public also gets the knowledge that Ayurveda, we will be trying to address your health and diseases with medicines, because that is a present day situation. Medicines are given to cure the diseases. Medicines are developed through the scientific mode. Through that, medicines are given and disease is identified, and accordingly, medicines will be curing. We are very, very clear that a lot of medicines discovered through the scientific process last 60, 70 years have been banned in many educated countries. Last week in India also, we know that a famous painkiller, nimbuzolide, is banned as it is creating injuries to the kidney and all, kidney, liver, so it's getting banned. So that is a particular way of looking at your body, disease and medicines, and managing the discomforts you are getting into the body. And the science has come into the light last 300, 400 years. Before that also people were living in this world, people were having discomfort, diseases, and negative impacts on your health. But there were many other ways throughout the world, and it's not only in India, there were many other methods to address those systems, which in general we say the traditional way of understanding the body, understanding the normalcy of the body, so the understanding of the disease process will be more clear, and what can be done in such a disease situation to address that disease or deviation from the normalcy. So that traditional knowledge was there throughout the world. For example, I always used to say, France, you have a system known as osteopathy. Even in the advanced US, you have a system known as chiropractic, with which older people, elder generations were trying to practice. Now also it has come back. You are trying to practice it, through which you have a different way of addressing your health issues. Like in China, you had a Chinese medicine. Malaysia, you have Malay medicine. In Arabia also there was an Arabic medicine. Greek, you had a different medicine. And in India, it was, I think, Ayurveda and Siddha systems of medicines. In that, there is a basic difference when compared to the Western system, which is persisting at present. We look at the body. If the normalcy of the body is understood, from that point only you try to understand what is the disease process. If you understand the normalcy of the body, then only you understand what is a disease process. If these two understandings are clear, you have a clarity of thought in that, then only its management will be clear and conclusive. If these two understandings are taken from a different methodology, sometimes the management of the disease will be partial. I say this has happened to Ayurveda also. So when modern system of medicine is failing or is not giving sufficient results, people approach Ayurveda or Siddha. And Ayurveda or Siddha people are also trying to give medicines where understanding of the body is from the Western system, understanding of the disease also from the Western system. Medicine only is taken from the Ayurvedic or Siddha systems. So it may give result, may not give result, or this cannot be explained to another person also. So in general, I was trying to say that Ayurveda is a different knowledge system. It's good or bad, that is a different issue, but it is a different knowledge system existed in India for maybe 5,000, 10,000 years old. That knowledge system is slightly different from the existing scientific mode. Scientific mode is rather directly addressing the physical entity of the body, whereas Ayurvedic system is addressing from the subtle entity of the body. It is looking to the gross plane of the body. So what happens is when we say the Swastha healthy status of the body, it is very similar to what WHO says. It's not the absence of disease alone. It can be a well-being in the physical, social, and spiritual planes of an individual. So even WHO agrees that an individual has got a physical plane. Deep to that, there is a metaphysical mental plane. And these two planes are controlled by the person who is utilizing the mind and the body. So from that angle only we look at what is a health. So naturally Ayurveda has got an aspect of preventive mode, preventing the diseases, or a promoting mode, promoting the normal health of an individual so that the disease can be limited. Then a third aspect is the curative aspect of the Ayurveda. Unfortunately, nowadays, I think the preventive and promotive aspect of Ayurveda is widely practiced. It is good for the public, but we also must understand that we also have a curative aspect, just like the Western system of medicine, where you can deal with diseases, whether it is an acute condition or a chronic condition. Generally, Ayurveda people will be inhibiting the management of acute conditions like, for example, a fever, especially strong fevers like typhoid, leptospirosis, or malaria, dengue, kind of fever. Our people will not be directly dealing, or public also think that we are not in a position to deal with this acute condition, or rather we are more comfortable in dealing with the chronic diseases like a back pain, knee pain, or a neck pain, or a stroke, where you can carry on with your management procedures without having any acute result. So public also has an impression that this is good for maintaining your health. When there is an acute difficulty, it has to be dealt by some other people. I just want to dismantle that, understanding that Ayurveda has a strong curative aspect as well, where diseases from all kind of modes can be dealt. If your basic health is intact, all diseases can be dealt. We say diseases are curable based on your basic health. That means in a younger age, any disease can be cured. In old age, disease becomes more difficult because the strength of the body is compromised in the later stages. So that is one aspect I wanted to say. So you have a diarrhea where you pass bowel movements, motion with 15, 20 times. You need an acute remedy for that. You cannot carry it on for days together. No, it's fatal, it's dangerous. Ayurveda can deal with that kind of conditions. And the general impression is that Ayurveda works very slowly. That is not the right way. If you have a clarity in Ayurveda, Ayurvedic theories, I think these acute conditions also can be managed. It's not chronic conditions alone. Ayurveda can deal with acute diseases as well. So it works as a curative mode where all diseases can be addressed gradually if you have 100% clarity in the Ayurvedic, we say Shastra, not science alone, Shastra. So I just wanted to erase the impression that Ayurveda is slow, it cannot address the acute conditions, or it is fit for the chronic conditions. That impression has to be erased. That's what I wanted to convey to the public at large. The second part, I would like to talk to the Ayurvedic people, maybe students, teachers, or practitioners, or anybody with pharmaceuticals doing business with Ayurvedic drugs, manufacturing and all stakeholders of Ayurveda, I would like to address. See, as I told you earlier, this is a old method of knowledge system, and it's not against any latest knowledge of Western science and all. It is an inclusive knowledge where ancient knowledge formulation mechanism was there thousands and years of back. For any understanding, there was a particular mode of knowledge formulation. That method is applied in all Shastras, including Ayurveda. That's the only difference. It is not, in our ordinary language, we say it's not based on anatomy and physiology. We are talking about the body. There was a different mechanism in the olden days. That's the ancient knowledge formulation mechanism. Even to look at the whole world. Same methodology of looking at the whole world is applied to understand an individual, because you are a part of the universe. Same method of understanding is applied to look at the individual. Same mode is applied to understand the food or the plants which are going around. So when you can understand what is the normalcy of the body very clearly in terms of this understanding. I am not negating any other new knowledge, any other inputs, but this gives an extra clarity of what we are doing. So you can understand what is the normalcy of the body in our own mechanism. Then only you can understand what is happening to the normalcy when there is a disease process. If the normalcy is not understood, disease is partially understood. Then we have to depend upon other descriptions of understanding the disease. Then naturally management of the disease will be partial. It may not be complete. Then you can't blame the system. We tried all Ayurveda and it's not working. You can't blame the system. The way I understand the system will be working, will be producing the result. If I don't understand, I can't blame the system. That's the problem. We generally, being an academician for 29 years, I am telling, generally we fail to understand the body mechanism, hence the disease also is not well understood. We all are very clear that according to the Western science, you have so far identified 1,286 diseases. And every year a new disease added, like COVID or Ebola, whatever it is. And the number is going on increasing. Science agrees with that. There is no problem with the science. Science agrees that you may get a new form of a disease tomorrow. Then you think of what to do with that disease. That's how it's going on. For us, it is not like that. Ayurveda, in olden days itself told that the possibility of disease is innumerable. Anandyam taradama yogadashta. Anandyam is endless. So innumerable disease, how can you understand each of these diseases? It's not easy. In the whole world you have innumerable objects, everything you cannot study. In this context, I would like to say that the Chemistry Institute in Hyderabad has conducted the chemical study of more than 1,000 plants used in Ayurveda. They come to the conclusion that it's not easy to study one plant in a lifetime, because each plant has got 25 to 30 alkaloids. To understand the plant in total, you need to understand what is the effect of one alkaloid with the rest of the 24. Like that 25 alkaloid you have to study to say that I know this plant. It's not an easy thing. But they concluded their study to say that there is some kind of a spectrometric pattern when we say this medicine is good for Vata, this is good for Pitta, this is good for Kapha. Some mechanism is there, some understanding is there, some clarity is there. It's not based on chemistry. When you say this is good for Vata, all these plants have got a similar spectrometric configuration. So that study they have conducted on nearly thousands of plants, especially mentioned by Charaka Samhita. So what I wanted to say is, your understanding of the body and understanding of the disease can be independent. Even if you get a knowledge from the Western system, you study an X-ray, you study an MRI, you study a blood test, those understandings reflected on the body can be translated into our own terms, and the medicines can be selected accordingly, because medicine is also identified in the same terms. This is good for Vata, this is good for Pitta. Otherwise, the problem is that whatever you are doing, it may create a result, it may not create a result. If it creates a result, you cannot communicate to another person also, because you don't have clarity in that. Why it created a change? You can't say. It is not created, that also you will not understand. So to make us self-satisfied with the knowledge that you have, you must have 100% clarity in our understanding. 100% clarity in our theories of Ayurveda. We know that theory is actually working, even in science also. Some MC square is working to create the nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapon is the result. Theory is Einstein's E = MC square. How important the theory is, we must be understanding. And definitely Ayurveda also has got a very strong theories. If you get a clarity in that, prasanna alpendriya manaha, prasannam is clear, theories of Ayurveda, you should be having a clarity of thought process, which will reflect on understanding the physical body, and you will be understanding the plants in equal terms, medicines or plants in equal terms, so that they can utilize these kind of plants, whatever is available around you. Later metals are added, minerals are added, herbo-mineral preparations are there. All those things are understood in terms of the theoretical term. So you should be clear in theories so that the result can be knowingly created. This is possible, that's what I say. Whatever knowledge is there from the Western understanding, I repeat, because since the BMS started, I belong to the first batch of BMS in India. So a lot of modern Western knowledge is induced in our syllabus. You can't blame that knowledge. And we are very clear about that kind of a understanding. You know that 29 years I was an anatomy teacher also. So I know what is the body, what is the limitation of it. A lot of brain related issues were told. We know very clearly that frontal lobe is even now is not understood properly. Many areas of frontal lobe, nobody knows what is it meant for. So, but that science agrees that the knowledge will be gradually growing, new knowledge will come, but we think that that knowledge is complete. Then we look to that understanding to understand a disease, but we can also have a understanding which was existing in the earlier times, and that can give a better clarity in dealing with the patients. Ultimately, your purpose is to help the sufferings of the patients, you know. Astalambo Bishakjita. Adanga Pangam Agnanam Ashtalambo Bishakjita. Cure the patients who are suffering. That is ultimate aim. So, first half of knowing the body and disease is not clear. Second half will be incomplete. This is only what I wanted to understand, tell you. I think in all our system of education, system of research, system of post-graduation, all other activities, I see that, on many occasions I used to tell that there is a understanding that the Western understanding is clear, our understanding lacks clarity. That's not the actual issue. Western understanding is clear because it deals with the physical plane mainly. Our understanding deals with the physical plane and the subtle plane. That plane, for example, a lot of descriptions were there about anemia and all. I also was a part of anemia eradication program many years back, 90s. So anemia, we know that iron is deficient. Science will be looking for iron containing food, iron containing medicine, iron infusions. In that case, you must have anemia only in poor people. Rich people, you cannot have anemia. A lot of rich people are anemic in the world. In India, 40% of the adult female population is anemic, as per data. How did you get anemia? Iron is not absorbed. You are giving iron in normal food, but it's not absorbed. There comes our understanding of Agni, which is subjective in nature. It's not objective. You can't find out from outside. Science will be trying to find out from outside. Objective plane, they depend on. We depend on objective as well as subjective plane. Agni is your capacity to digest, so that these things, nourishment, transportation, transformation, everything changes in the body will be properly taking place, and that movement will be contributed with a mechanical energy which is known as Vata. That is also subjective. You try to look from outside, you have to say that it is a neurology, it is that thing, this thing. No, it's all incomplete. Subjective planes are also taken into understanding, with which we will be dealing with diseases, and result can be created. It's a better understanding of Ayurveda with the clarity of thought, where you are treating the patients knowingly to create a result, and any other understanding in the world is not against this. This is an inclusive understanding. Whatever information you get from the Western science, what is seen reflected on the body can be understood in our own terms, and those knowledge can be translated into our own terms, and accordingly you can have a work. You must understand that Ayurveda never says that medicine cures the disease. Prayoga Shamaya Dhyati. Application of medicine is curing. That means intellectual application of medicine is curing the disease. It's not medicine. Everything is in the as a medicine, no? Jagatyeva Manusha. So naturally, food which is translated into body, Annat Bhudani Jayande. Body is just food. So if there is a problem in the body, first you will have to look back into the food. Then whatever way you understand the food, similar way you understand the medicine also, that can be induced. So food is important, activity is important, mind is very, very important. Normality of mind is not explained anywhere in the science, mind is not found out. They still think that mind is some physical entity. you will be finding it out in the brain. We don't think that it is a physical entity. It's a metaphysical identity as per the philosophies. But mind is working on the physical plane of nervous system, definitely. So normalcy of mind also we can understand. Deviations of normalcy we can understand. We can deal with that kind of things. In most of the diseases nowadays, that kind of understanding is a must to see that you create a change in the physical plane through medicines, food, activities, and emotional balance. So a good Ayurveda physician will be creating a result using medicine, food, activities and all. That's why Prayoga Samayat Vyadi. With this, I think time is over. Let me conclude. Let me express my gratitude for the organizers of this program for having invited me to address the public. I think if at all there is anything to be made clear, I think you feel free to ask anything. I'll be happy to address that.
We sincerely thank Dr. Jayakrishnan for the scholarly and insightful session. It is our privilege to welcome the chairperson of the session, Dr. Sheikh Farid, to enlighten us with his wisdom on this subject.
Sarve Santu Niramayaha. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your perception over Ayurveda. So you have explained subjective and objective point of disease to be considered, and Ayurveda is basically nowadays practiced for preventive aspect. It has to be practiced in the curative aspect also. You have to think about it like that. You have said. What did you say is right, sir? In government service also, they are emphasizing to practice in a preventive aspect. So this is the time to take it in the next step to mainstream treatment modalities to the needed public. Thank you, sir. It's a nice class. I feel proud and I'm privileged to chair my sir's speech. When I joined 1998 in BAMS curriculum, the first day class was taken by JK sir. We called JK sir. He had a very n number of student fans. One of the fan I am also. So it's my privilege, sir. Thank you. Your class was too good, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Dr. Suresh Kumar to felicitate Dr. Jayakrishnan and present the certificate and memento in recognition of his valuable contribution. Dr. Yes, sir. Dr. Suresh. Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very difficult to sit through the last talk of the day, especially after they announced that the previous talk was the last one. Bear with me. We will quickly run through my presentation. We have noticed that lifestyle diseases have become the center stage of health problems. And one of the major problems that people are facing, especially girls in the reproductive age are facing, is PCOS. So we at Jammi Pharmaceuticals have a cure for PCOS. Our previous speaker was telling us that Ayurveda must cure, and that is exactly what we've done here. So 52% of Asian women have PCOS. That is 1 out of 2 women in the reproductive age have PCOS. And this is a data that came from the geographical prevalence of polycystic ovarian syndrome based on race and ethnicity. And unfortunately, 65% of these women don't even know they have PCOS. So that is where the problem starts. So what is PCOS? It's an endocrine malfunction. It's a burden that is faced by women in the age group of 15 to 44, where they have cysts in the ovaries. Now, there are many reasons for these cysts, and if this condition is not monitored properly, then you will have serious health impacts. Now, gynecologist Dr. Dhruv Shah, who is also the founder of PCOS Society of India, said PCOS is not a disease. It's a condition that can present itself in different ways. And our study, before we go into the study, the age group, if you see, it's between 20 and 40 that PCOS is very highly prevalent. And before I go into what actually happens in PCOS, let's look into the hormones that are related to reproduction, which are also responsible for PCOS condition. You have the gonadotropin releasing hormone. This hormone is released by the hypothalamus, which stimulates the pituitary gland to secrete luteinizing hormone and follicle stimulating hormone. Now, when there is an imbalance in this gonadotropin releasing hormone release as such, then there is an increase in luteinizing hormone and a decrease in follicle stimulating hormone. Now, when there is an increase in luteinizing hormone, there's an increase in testosterone, there's an increase in estrogen, and there is also an increase in AMH, and all these together cause extra cysts to stay back in the ovary. So normally what happens is there is one follicle that matures and releases egg every month. Unfortunately, in these patients, the immature follicles continue to stay in the ovary. So I'll skip the slide. So I've already said there is an increase in gonadotropin releasing hormone, which causes a dysbiosis in the other hormones. Now, symptoms of PCOS, you have irregular periods, heavy bleeding, hair growth, acne, weight gain, male pattern baldness, the skin darkening or acanthosis nigrans. These people, these ladies and girls have severe headache, and many of the PCOS cases also show infertility. Now, what is the current treatment? I am talking about the clinical trials that we have done to prove that there are Ayurvedic medicines that can cure PCOS. So the current treatment or the allopathic treatment is D-chiroinositol, metformin, L-methylfolate, and these address the insulin resistance. And they also give progesterone therapy because there is an increase in estrogen levels, and to offset this increase, they give the patients progesterone. And what happens when you give progesterone is that they have a lot of nausea and cramps. Then they're also given contraceptive pills because this is supposed to protect the endometrium and reduce the testosterone levels. Now, not all PCOS patients have insulin resistance. So taking too much of the D-chiroinositol can actually worsen PCOS. Metformin comes with its own problems. And then you have L-folate, which actually causes the patient to be, extra sensitive to various aspects like light, sound, etc. And oral contraceptives, again, increase the risk of inflammation and coagulatory diseases. And these oral contraceptives cause weight gain in patients. And they also have a lot of other problems like, reduction in insulin tolerance. There are a lot of other pathways that are affected. So you have interleukins and other considerable dearrangements. Like I said earlier, progesterone therapy causes abdominal cramps, dizziness. So how did we, the Ayurvedic practitioners, treat PCOS? We did it with Cystavit and Suventris. Cystavit is a tablet and Suventris is a syrup. Now we did a CTRI registered clinical trial, and this was a multi-centric study where we had 130 patients in each group. It was a comparative study. We compared Cystavit and Suventris to the other drugs that are normally used. It's called the standard drugs that they used. And we had this treatment, Cystavit and Suventris, given to patients for 120 days, and the age group was 18 to 40. Cystavit was 10 ml twice daily. Suventris was 10 ml twice daily, and Cystavit was 2 tablets 3 times a day. Now, the primary objective, of course, was to cure the patient of PCOS. So, to check if the patient is cured of PCOS, we checked eviction of cyst, reduction in number of cysts, improved hormonal balance, and also improved clinical features like, regularization of the menstrual cycle, and then weight loss. Hirsutism was reduced, or acanthosis nigrans, acne, and all that. The secondary objective was actually to show normal ovulation in these patients, and the combination therapy, and show the efficacy of this combination therapy when compared to standard of care. The safety and efficacy of Cystavit and Suventris was what we wanted to show in our study. So physical examination, the vital parameters were tested, the kidney function and liver function tests were checked in all the patients before and after the study. Now this was done to show that these drugs are very safe to use. The primary endpoints was a reduction in the number of cysts, size of cysts, improvement in clinical features. And also the secondary endpoints was to see if the comorbidities like diabetes, obesity, hypertension reduced. And we had exploratory endpoints where we wanted to check if there are patients who conceive, because patients with PCOS very often show infertility. So the size of the cyst reduced from 20.1 cc to 10.8 cc in patients who were given Cystavit and Suventris when compared to a much lesser reduction in standard of care. This is the right ovary and left ovary. Both the ovaries showed reduction in size. Then the number of cysts reduced from 15.26 average to 2.77 in Cystavit and Suventris, whereas it reduced only from 15.83 to 10.29 in standard of care. The size of the cyst also reduced, as you can see from the graph, from 2.83 to 0.73 millimeters. There was not much reduction in the size. All these results that we got for Cystavit and Suventris was statistically significant. LH-FSH ratio is very, very critical. I'll take a couple of minutes for this slide. The normal ratio of LH to FSH is 1:2. In a patient who has no PCOS, their ratio should be 1:2. Now, what happens in patients who have PCOS? The ratio is normally reversed because they have more LH and less of FSH. Now, when these patients were treated with Cystavit and Suventris, you will find that on day 0, they had 3 times more LH than FSH, whereas on day 120, LH reduced significantly and FSH increased markedly, so that the ratio was almost 1:2. 1:1 is also agreeable, but 1:2 is absolute normal. And then in standard of care, there was no such change. The LH did not reduce much, whereas FSH increased slightly. The estrogen levels are very high in patients with PCOS. And now what happens when the estrogen levels are high is the excess estrogen normally gets converted to testosterone. Now that becomes a major problem for these patients because they already have high testosterone. So in patients who were given Cystavit and Suventris, the estrogen level fell from 164.82 picograms per ml to 151.13, which is close to the normal level, whereas in standard of care, the estrogen levels increased. Same thing with testosterone, both the free testosterone and serum bound testosterone, serum testosterone and free testosterone decreased in patients with Cystavit and Suventris, whereas this decrease was significant, whereas it was not so in case of standard of care. Anti-Mullerian hormones, again, very, very critical. They increase in PCOS patients. Anti-Mullerian hormones actually give you an indication of fertility, but when their levels increase, it means the patients have PCOS because the hormone is secreted by the cysts which are in the ovaries. So now these ovaries, polycystic ovaries, have so much of cysts that they start secreting excess anti-Mullerian hormone. So when patients were treated with Cystovid and Suventress, the hormone levels dropped and they came to the normal level, whereas they were still high in case of standard of care. Acne and acanthosis nigrans, we actually did a study in which the severity was numbered. So 1 was least severe and 4 was most severe. Now we found that the severity reduced in patients. The yellow line is actually the Cystovid and Suventress patients. So the severity reduced drastically in patients. The acne is improved, acne is reduced, and after 120 days, the acne continued to reduce in these patients. Whereas in standard of care, the acne level continued to remain the same. Hirsutism, which is actually hair on the face, body, back of the hair, stomach area, also the severity reduced when we gave patients Cystovid and Suventress. Here again, the yellow line shows reduction in the hair, body hair, whereas in patients with standard of care, it remained pretty much the same. So patients who conceived, 10% of our patients conceived when they were on treatment with Cystovid and Suventress, and they had to actually discontinue the study because they had conceived, whereas 3% of the patients conceived in standard of care. The regular menstrual cycle, in both the cases, the menstrual cycle became regular at 120 days. Weight reduction was very, very significant in patients who were given Cystovid and Suventress. Now, PCOS patients have a tendency to put on weight, and not just that, they have severe problems losing this weight that they put on. So our patients lost about 8 kilos of weight during this course of 120 days, which is again a very significant reduction, and therefore their BMI also improved. Now, improved BMI becomes very critical. From 26.36, they came down to 23.06, and they continue to lose weight after the treatment was over also because their hormonal balance was restored. Now, this is a study conclusion. The volumes of the right ovary and left ovary decreased by 46% and 45.5% in Cystovid and Suventress, whereas it was 22%. Pretty much all the parameters, estrogen, serum testosterone, free testosterone, AMH, LH-FSH ratio, acne, acanthosis nigrans, and hirsutism, all of them showed improvement. The severity of the acne and acanthosis nigrans and hirsutism reduced. AMH, free testosterone, estrogen, all these levels came down in these patients. LH-FSH was normalized, whereas in standard of care, it didn't normalize, and the decrease was not very statistically significant. So this is the outcome of the trial. I mean, in the interest of time, I'm just quickly concluding it. All parameters that are related to PCOS showed improvement in patients who were treated with Cystovid and Suventress. Now, this is extremely good results because we've pretty much cured PCOS, and these patients were, after the study, were able to lead a very normal, comfortable life. So this is what our study proves. It is safe because all the kidney parameters and liver parameters were same. There was no damage to the kidney, no damage to the liver, because one of the things that people often ask you when you give them an Ayurvedic medicine is, will it damage my liver? Will it damage my kidney? Are there heavy metals? Is it safe? So we have proved that Cystovid and Suventress is extremely safe. There was absolutely no change in the parameters for the kidney and liver. All their vital parameters were the same. They did not show any changes, and they showed extremely good improvement. So the products that we have used have the following ingredients which I've mentioned in this presentation. So these ingredients actually take care of diabetes. They take care of normalizing the hormone ratio. They correct the menstrual cycle, and they eject the cyst. So this, the peripheral insulin sensitivity improved. The weight loss was significant. There was decrease in the androgenic hormones, and there was also regularization of menstrual cycle and eviction of cyst. So this is what our study concludes. Cystavit and Suventris in their package and all their glory. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have. I know it went very fast, but then I just thought like, yes, ma'am. Sorry, I can't hear you, ma'am. No, we stop after 120 days. Yeah, all these results are after 120 days. Afterwards, they just continue to stay cyst-free from our study so far, and their acne actually severity reduces further. Hirsutism, many of the patients, the facial hair growth stopped, but then they had to take a laser treatment to prevent further, whatever existed, they did a laser treatment, and then there was no further hair growth.
Thank you, ma'am, for your session.
Thank you so
now, I'd like to call upon Dr. Veronique Nicolai, ma'am, to give a memento.